Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Our story starts at Invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. Well, Naruto, is this familiar or what? Kakashi said as he gave the young blonde an eye smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, Kakashi, real familiar, except we aren't going to Nami no Kuni this time, we're going to Mitsu no Kuni. I still have no idea how the hell we're even pulling this one off. Isn't there a civil war going on right now? Kakashi nodded. Well, it's mostly over. The anti-bloodline forces were all but wiped out, now it's mostly just clean-up duty for the victorious side. We should be just fine. The new Mitsukage sent out a message of goodwill to the other villages so nothing should go wrong. Naruto sighed. Kakashi, what's my track record with you when it comes to easy detail missions? Kakashi raised a finger in dispute. We've only had one true easy detail. Naruto snapped his fingers. There you go. 1 for 1, that's 100% on the bullshit ratio. That's why I brought a shitload of explosive notes. He then fished through his gear and pulled out a fat stack of explosive notes, flipping through them like paper money. Oh yeah, Fuinjutsu is the greatest thing ever. Kakashi's sweat dropped. And what, pray tell, are you going to do with Dot? Kakashi lifted his Hittite to use his Sharingan for a quick count, minus 34 explosive notes. Naruto grinned at him as he put them where he got them from. Any damn thing I want, I have 34 explosive notes. Troublesome. Why am I here again? Shikamaru stated as he caught up with Kakashi and Naruto. You took me away from my team and sent me on a mission that has a high probability of the you-know-what hitting the fan. What did I do to you guys for this? Naruto glared lightly at the lazy Chunin. You made me do an entire day's worth of menial labor without the use of Kichibunshin. I didn't forget that, but Kakashi was the one that requested you, so deal, or would you rather be on gate duty like Kotetsu and Izumo? Shikamaru yawned. Actually, that sounds right up my alley. Doing nothing all day, sure beats traipsing off to Kami knows where with you. Teiya walked up and looked at Shikamaru with a scoff. How the hell did your lazy ass get promoted to Chunin? Naruto and Shikamaru looked at each other before Naruto pointed at Shikamaru lamely. He's really, really smart. Teiya frowned and looked Shikamaru over. Can he beat you, shithead? Naruto shrugged. I don't know, the last time we were supposed to fight he just quit. I guess he was just too unmotivated to go up against me. Shikamaru palmed his forehead. Don't make me out to be like that, Naruto. You broke my Kijimane no Jutsu, Shadow Poseisan Jutsu, without even trying. Remember, I tried it the second the fight started. Naruto scratched his nose and looked up at the sky. Oh, so that's why it was so damn hard to move my arm, or anything in general. I swear, I had a crick in my neck that was totally stifling. Shikamaru's face fell and jumped up with the quickness. So you're telling me that you had no idea that you were caught in my jutsu? Naruto grinned. Nope. I just thought you were being a lazy ass and didn't want to fight. I didn't say anything because by the time you came out to fight I was sick and tired of beating up all the genin. You actually made my job easier. Teiya barked out a laugh. Shithead bluffed you into quitting a fight without even knowing that he did it. That's great. So what are we doing anyway? I doubt we're going to Mitsu no Kuni to see the sights after the Civil War. Naruto grimaced and thought about why they were heading out to Chijiri no Sato in the first place. Flashback. You've actually got something on the Akatsuki. So I'm not going to get blindsided randomly out in the middle of nowhere. Naruto asked as he stood with Kakashi in Tsunade office. Tsunade gave Naruto an apprehensive look as Shitsune laughed nervously at her side. We're not saying that, Naruto. Jiraiya just said that he found some interesting information about Akatsuki, but he needs someone to go to Kirigakure to investigate. Naruto filled in the blanks, and by someone you mean me, right? Me too. Kakashi chimed in with his ever-present one-eyed smile. Me and Kakashi. Anyone else coming on our little getaway to a glorified war zone? Naruto griped at the blonde woman. Shitsune cut in, Naruto-kun, the civil war in Kiri has been over for upwards of a few months now. There's a new Mitsukage and everything, it's not a war zone anymore. Naruto chuckled slightly and looked at the black-haired medic. Shitsune-chan, tell me, what happened to the old Mitsukage, the one that was there while the war was going on? Shitsune gave Naruto a sheepish look. I don't know, Naruto-kun, no one does. Naruto nodded, and that's the point. Until the leader can be accounted for, we all know that nothing is over. What is this ranked? If it's anything less than A rank, I'm calling your sanity into question, Ba-chan. I'll have to ask if you're going senile. A paperweight to the face was his response. Naruto spit some teeth on the floor and ignored the looks of shock he was getting from Kakashi and Shitsune. They'll come back in an hour from now. Kakashi peeled his eyes away from the bloody-mouthed Chunin. Right. Well then, we're to search as much of Mitsu no Kuni as we are permitted to look at and come back with anything we can find on Akatsuki. Correct. Tsunade nodded. Yes, Kakashi, you have free rein to select 2 other Chunin to assist you and Naruto on the mission. This will be run on your orders as you will be the ranking shinobi in charge. Take care and make sure you get everyone back alive. End flashback. Naruto. Naruto came back into focusing as Shikamaru shouted in his ear, the troublesome redhead asked you a question. Why are we going to Mitsu no Kuni anyway? Naruto scratched his cheek and looked away sheepishly. Cloud watching. Yeah, red cloud watching. Kakashi looked at his young charges. We're going on a reconnaissance run, to see what the landscape of Mitsu no Kuni looks like. Also to see if we can set up some kind of rapport with the new Mitsukage, seeing as how the old one was deposed. Naruto looked over at Teiya. So Teiya-chan, ever been in Mitsu no Kuni before? You were Orochimaru's bodyguard, right? You've probably been all over the place. Teiya chuckled. You would think so, wouldn't you, shithead, but that fucker never let us go anywhere. He just kept us cooped up in that stupid little underground rat's nest of his. He only let us out to go on missions that kept us in Ta no Kuni, so no, I'm not as worldly traveled as you think I fucking should be. Naruto held up his hands in defense. Damn, it was just a question. No need to bite my head off. He turned to Shikamaru. I think you might be onto something with the whole women are troublesome thing. I would say that out loud, but as often as you say it, it might make people wrongly think that you're gay. Shikamaru gave Naruto an irritated glare, but let it pass as he figured it was too much hassle to stay mad about something like that. Teiya had another question, however. So why exactly do we need to go for reconnaissance in Mitsu no Kuni? Kakashi answered her. Well, it's been about 10 years since any reliable information came out of that place, what with all of the on-again off-again fighting that was always taking place, so we're heading in to get good scope of what Kiri has as far as military, or anything really. XXX. The next night. By nightfall of the previous day they had made it to the shores of Hai no Kuni and had boarded a ship heading out towards the island nation of Mitsu no Kuni. In order to barter passage aboard for the entire squad, Naruto had to enlist the services of his Kichibunshin as deckhands. This led to Naruto being cursed out every single time he came on deck by his clones turned sailors. As the rest of the team were below deck, Shikamaru was doing absolutely nothing, while Teiya was practicing with her flute. Naruto was up above, ignoring his belligerent clones bumping into him and giving half-assed apologies. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing out here?" Kakashi came up above and found the real blonde amid the batch of fakes that were hard at work. Naruto dispelled one of his more rowdy clones with a punch after it elbowed him in the ribs. "Not much, just thinking. Hey Kakashi, when you make Kichibunshin, do they ever try to mess with you, or is it just me?" Kakashi chuckled as he looked over the side of the ship alongside his one-time student. "It's just you Naruto. Only you could have disgruntled copies of yourself." Naruto let out a small laugh. "I'm not sure if that compliment was backhanded or not. Hey, you were on my dad's team back in the day, right?" Kakashi looked around for eavesdroppers. "It's okay. Ever since I made clones to work through the night, the regular sailors took this as their cue to slack. They are all down below getting sloshed right now. We're alone up here. Yep, all 45 of us. Right boys?" He yelled over his shoulder. "Fuck you boss," was the response from one of his clones. Naruto gestured to the clones moving about the ship. "See how much respect I command. So you knew my dad, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes I did, he was a great man." "You . Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I look just like him, I know. I know tons of stuff about him from Ero Sennin. What I want to know about is my mom." "Did you know her?" "Because I can't get anything on her." "Come on Kakashi, you've got to give me something here." Kakashi stroked his chin and made exaggerated thinking sounds. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt." He then turned to Naruto with a nice smile. "Call me Kakashi-sensei and I'll think about it." Naruto gave Kakashi a dry look. "Kakashi," he growled out. Kakashi wagged his finger chidingly. Kakashi-sensei." Naruto leaned on the railing. "Well, if you teach me something I'll call you Kakashi-sensei. Otherwise you're not getting that one out of me." Kakashi shrugged. "All right, fair enough. Do you know how to make your own jutsu?" Naruto shook his head in the negative. He knew that the ninja that were able to did so, but he had never been taught how exactly to go about doing that for himself. In truth, his one original move was more of a kick-ass henge that no one else could do as complete as he could. So knowing how to come up with a way to actually utilize all of the crazy little things that he had swimming through his head at all times of the day and night was damnably useful. Naruto looked up at Kakashi and smiled. "Deal. Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. "Okay, now you're pushing it." Kakashi removed his hand from Naruto's head. "Okay. So you know the two forms of chakra manipulation, right? Shape transformation and nature transformation. Well, from what I've heard you've already mastered both, what with you learning the Rasengan, the pinnacle of shape transformation in ninjutsu, and with you mastering your elemental affinity over wind. That means that there's only one thing left for you to be able to do." Naruto waited for the rest of his speech, and that is. Kakashi stalled for dramatic effect, and apparently it was working too because all of Naruto's topside Kichibunshin were waiting nearby with their attention set on listening. "Nothing, you should be able to make your own jutsu now. Are you sure that you're just not imaginative enough for it?" 44 face faults were his response. The Kichibunshin all hit the deck so hard they dispelled. The original hopped up and glared at Kakashi with a twitching eye. Kakashi, I'm going to. Kakashi waved him off. Naruto. Calm down, I was kidding, but I was mostly serious though. You already have all you need to start making your own jutsu. Just experiment with things that you think could work. You can pretty much do anything you want with the level of skill that you possess in the necessary areas. Maybe you can even succeed where I failed. Naruto raised a scarred eyebrow. What do you mean, Kaka-sensei? Kakashi extended his right hand as a spinning blue ball of chakra that was quite familiar to Naruto took form. Naruto stood gaping at the Rasengan in Kakashi's hand. You know how to do the Rasengan? Kakashi had a pleased look on his masked face. Yep. Minato-sensei taught it to me in the hopes that I could take it to the final stage of the jutsu's development. Is there something wrong, Naruto? Naruto simply stared at Kakashi with a tick mark on his head. Yeah, Kakashi, I think there might be. Now when you went off for a month before the Chunin exam finals with Sasuke to teach him your Shoki, Stabby Chidori, why did you not leave me the instructions to the Rasengan? That would have been so much more helpful than getting thrown off a cliff by a pervert. Especially seeing as how it was my old man's jutsu anyway and you knew I was his son. What the fuck? Naruto's eyes flashed red for a moment. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Would it help if I said that it slipped my mind? What with all of the Orochimaru putting the cursed seal on Sasuke and telling me that he was seeking to take him away and whatnot? Naruto sighed and shrugged, dismissing his ire for the moment. Never mind, it's cool. So wait, you're saying that you were going to add something to the Rasengan? What? Your elemental chakra. Kakashi nodded. Exactly, it's how I ended up making the Chidori in the first place. It was an accident when I was trying to combine Rasengan with my lightning element. I failed, but ended up getting my own jutsu out of it. If I were you, I would start by trying to combine your own element to the Rasengan. Maybe you can make it work where I failed. Naruto formed his own Rasengan and smiled before looking up at Kakashi. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, I know what my next major projects are going to be now. So, did you know my mother at all? If you didn't, that's okay. I can't seem to find anyone that would tell me anything, so I thought I would come to you. Kakashi looked at the hopeful look on Naruto's face and paused. Your mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki. You got most of your looks from Minato, and when you were on my squad I could swear you got your personality from her. I think you've still got some of it actually. She was something of a hothead, a trait I see in you quite often these days whether you try hiding it or not. Naruto smirked and shrugged, getting a chuckle out of the masked Jounin. Kakashi looked up at the moon. Your parents were wonderful people, Naruto. They were both excited to meet you. I have no doubts in my mind they would have given anything in the world to see how you turned out. I think they would be awfully proud of you. I know I am. Naruto looked away bashfully before turning back to Kakashi. So if you were my dad's student, doesn't that make you like my god-brother or something? Kakashi looked up curiously. Huh? Well, when you put it that way. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh no. I've got a pervert as a godfather and as a godbrother, and both of them are my senseis. I never had a chance, did I? Naruto's eyes shrank back to normal size and he let out a dismissive noise. Whatever. No use fighting the flow. I might as well enjoy the fruits of my affliction, though I could do without taking Erokyofu's ass beatings. You guys are crazy to flaunt it in public the way you do. Hey, by the way, Kaka-sensei, do you like being insane? Kakashi gave Naruto a thumbs up. I enjoy every waking second of it. It definitely makes things a hell of a lot more interesting, I'll tell you that. XXX. 2 days later. Sweet fucking land. Teiya ran off of the ship as it docked in Mitsu no Kuni so fast she left a scorch mark where she had been standing on deck. Being seasick for the duration of the trip wasn't fun for Teiya, which meant it wasn't fun for anyone on her squad as she invented new ways to curse someone out even when hanging off the side of the ship for most of the journey. Shikamaru yawned and rubbed his eyes as he stepped off of the ship and got an eyeful of the port town they had docked at. I was rather enjoying just doing nothing on that ship the whole time. Maybe I should be a sailor when I retire. He shook that notion from his head and watched Kakashi and Naruto get off of the boat. You're welcome on our ship anytime, boy. Come back soon, kid. Did you ever think of being a sailor? On this ship? Naruto turned around and growled at the sailors, bidding him farewell. Fuck you, you lazy bastards. My ass, I'm getting back on this ship. Shit, you should be paying me. Naruto grumbled down the boardwalk as he sat on a bench next to Shikamaru, who was staring at clouds, and Teiya, who was sucking in wind to kick the seasickness out of her system. The redhead with a colorful vocabulary turned to Naruto with a questioning look. What pissed you off so damn badly, shithead? Naruto glared at the ship of still waving sailors. Well, if you weren't up chucking overboard for 3 days you would know that I pretty much made up all of the physical labor of the ship. How else do you think we all got on? I think I can captain my own ship now with as much practice doing everything as I've got now. Kakashi walked up with a nice smile. All right team, let's get moving. We can get a good start towards Mitsu no Kuni now if we leave immediately. All 3 kids groaned as they stood up, getting a raised eyebrow from the scarecrow. What's wrong with all of you? Teiya rubbed her stomach. I saw everything I ate for the past 3 days twice and now we're probably going to be running. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. This mission is going to get troublesome and you seem way too eager to get started with it. Naruto glared back at the ship they had all disembarked from. I just did the equivalent of an entire ship's work without pay for the past 3 days and as you can see I'm absolutely ecstatic about that. Kakashi, I smiled. You know what can fix all of that? Getting a move on. Come on kids, let's go. Kakashi marched off with the 3 Chunin following behind. XXX. So Kakashi-sensei, we're here to basically commence with espionage on Kiri, more or less, right? Kakashi's eyes were on his orange book while he traversed the misty roads of the country, leading his team. Yes, Shikamaru. Why do you ask? Naruto sighed as he kept his eyes peeled for trouble along with Shikamaru and Teiya. I don't know, Kaka-sensei, maybe he was compelled to ask due to the fact that we're out in the open for all to see. Naruto gestured widely around himself. This is what I was talking about before my Chunin test. Aren't we supposed to be ninja? Why the fuck are we out in the open in what could be a hostile environment? Kakashi sighed and shut his book. Naruto, Kirigakure is home to some of the best sensei ninja in the elemental nations. If we tried that and were caught, it could cause a war between our villages. And with both of our countries being weakened by war so recently, it would leave us open to attack from one of the more opportunistic villages elsewhere. Basically, blatant, flat-out espionage like what you're suggesting would start the next Great War. Naruto's sweat dropped and looked away. Point taken. So why are we going to Kiri again? Kakashi, I smiled at Naruto. Well, the new Mitsukage is instituting something of an open-door policy to the village until everything is back on the up and up. Mostly so that immigrants and others that Kiri will need to help rebuild and regain some stability can enter the area easily. It's a pretty double-edged sword. Teiya chuckled, Orochitum didn't have that kind of thing going for Oto, that's for damn sure. Not particularly the most pleasant place ever fucking devised. Naruto smirked, oh I know. Naruto met Teiya's eyes as the two of them shared a silent laugh with one another. Shikamaru rolled his shoulder with one arm, so what exactly are we looking for? I think Naruto is kind of right. If we get caught looking around where we shouldn't we can get busted, and I don't think Chunin level ninja get diplomatic immunity. You might Kakashi-sensei because you're a Jounin, but the rest of us are screwed if this goes south. Kakashi nodded, true, which is why we are really trolling for secrets or anything. Just a basic layout of the land. Like I said, any reliable information on Kiri at all, even if it's just an estimation of how big the village is, would be useful. Shikamaru sighed in realization, so you're basically saying that we're supposed to be tourists. Kakashi chided Shikamaru's dismissal of his role, The word you want to use is diplomats, Shikamaru. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, fine, we're here to be diplomats then. Naruto laughed at Shikamaru's expression, yeah, you guys are meant to be tourists. I'm here for the real deal. Ero Sennin said that Kirigakure was the birthplace of Akatsuki. How else would I be able to find out anything about them? I'll be damned if just sit pretty and wait for them to come to me. Alright everyone, ship up, we'll be at Kiri within the hour. Kakashi snapped his book shut, all of you, these people are going to be on edge. Shikamaru, keep an eye on everything. You're the smartest of the three of you and being able to piece together anything that seems off will be paramount. Teiya, do not antagonize these people, they just spent the last several years fighting a war with their own people, a fresh foreign Chunin would just piss them off. Naruto, make yourself scarce. Naruto saluted Kakashi and shunshined out of the lineup. Teiya and Shikamaru both had their jaws dropped as Kakashi walked along like nothing had happened at all. Teiya pointed at the spot where Naruto had stood just a moment ago, leave signifying his past presence. Wait. What the fuck just happened here? Shikamaru mumbled and followed after Kakashi, troublesome. XXX. 6 hours later, Kirigakure hotel room. Alright Kakashi, where the fuck did shithead go? Teiya hadn't calmed down since she walked into the village. Shikamaru had made sure to keep a body between himself and her at all times. Namely Kakashi's body, for self-preservation purposes. Why did you split him off? It doesn't make any sense. Shikamaru was standing by the door, she's right. Why did he come all this way to Kiri just to bug out right before we got here? And why didn't you tell us? Kakashi was laying on the bed, little orange book in hand, **** my cute little Chunin certainly don't like to leave things as they are, do they? Kakashi flipped a page and acted aloof as usual. Naruto has an alternate objective from us that in truth really has absolutely nothing to do with Kiri at all. As long as I state that we have another coming in a few days, we should be seeing him very soon. And if we don't, well, I'm sure he'll reach us somehow. Teiya felt like grinding her teeth together, but where did he go? He just up and left the moment you gave him the cue to go. Shikamaru now had something else to think about. The way he up and left without a trace was way too smooth for a Chunin, let alone a rookie Chunin in his second year as a ninja. And secondary objectives. What kind of things are you into, Naruto? Kakashi sighed as he saw the look of pondering on Shikamaru's face and decided to run damage control. Fine. Naruto is on his way to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, as we speak. Kakashi clenched his teeth under his mask waiting for the outburst. What? Teiya felt like strangling Kakashi now. Why the fuck would you let him go off by himself to a whole nother country? Why the fuck is he even there in the first place? Kakashi lowered his book and met Teiya's gaze with one eye, locked on her seriously. That is Naruto's business. If you need to know or if he wants you to know, he'll tell you when we meet up again. Until then, drop it and get ready to record what you see tomorrow. But Kakashi's eye narrowed. He'll be back before you know it. If anything happens to him, I'll know. XXX. 2 days later, shores of Nami no Kuni. And then they made me their king. Naruto finished to a group of sailors huddled around him. The grizzled sea hands sat silently as the boy finished up his story. It seems that all of the other animals in the forest of death really don't like those bastard spiders I told you about either. Those stupid things are actually the reason why everything in there is so damn vicious and oversized. They needed to be just to survive. They were absolutely delighted when they found out I'd been killing them for sport for months. Naruto was starting to get unnerved by the stares from the bigger men. Okay, well, I've got to go. Places to see and people to do, you know. Naruto sighed under his breath as he left the ship. Kami, sailors are weird. They all stared after him before one turned to the rest of them. That was the kid that saved this place, wasn't it? Another sailor pointed. Okay, after hearing that shit I have to say. The thought of the kid saving the country from one fat bald midget with a superiority complex doesn't seem too far-fetched anymore. Naruto quickly made his way to the outskirts of the port town while his ever-present companion sounded off. You're really reaching for a way to control me, aren't you, kid? Do you think going to this place is going to give you any advantages when the time comes? Naruto frowned. It doesn't matter whether it does or not. I have to try. Unless you feel like being generous and fighting me blind and with your back paws bound, then I'm not going to win. If you weren't full strength anyway, I don't think I would want the victory. Naruto bared his teeth, and besides, either way I get to find out something about myself, so who cares? I still can't believe I convinced Kakashi to let me go. Kyuubi scoffed in his head. Oh please, kid. That man is a sentimental sucker when it comes to anything regarding your parents. All you had to do was what you did and seem curious about your origins. Naruto smirked but put a serious look back on his face. Do you think Kakashi can dig anything up about Akatsuki before I get there? Kyuubi rumbled lowly from inside his head. Kit, I don't think either of you could dig anything up. If your pervert of a godfather couldn't come up with any kind of info, what makes you think you and the Cyclops can? Face it, you're stuck waiting until you get attacked. That will be your only chance. Naruto shook his head. I can't believe that. I won't. I'm not going to sit and wait around for the best shinobi from every corner of the world to come knocking at the front gate asking for me. We know what they want, we know what it takes for them to get it, and we know how many of them there are. All we don't know is how to find these fuckers. They've done a very good job of keeping that a secret. It's never that simple, kid. I'm telling you, going out of your way to find them all will mean nothing if you're too weak to take them down. Take the time that you have and improve. I will not be captured by anyone ever again. I'll devour you when you challenge me for control, and until that day you and I will be with our backs against the wall, so to speak. So I'll say this, after we're done here you need to get your shit together, ninja. Fight for me, fight for yourself, fight for your mission, get strength for these reasons, and for all of the people that have put their necks on the line to keep you alive and gotten you this far. Naruto sighed and spoke out loud, seeing as he was alone and running across the countryside. Let's just find this place before nightfall. We only have a small window of time to get what I need and get back to Kiri to link back up with the team. XXX. Kirigakyo with Kakashi and company. Kakashi walked out of the main building where the Mitsukige's office was situated with a dumbfounded look evident in his one visible eye. That was the Mitsukige. Oh sweet Kami, she's perfect, and I could swear she was hitting on me. Kakashi put his features back to normal and started to think, though that kid with the sword kept glaring at me like I stole something. Weird. There's probably a story there or something. Shikamaru and Teiya met up with Kakashi outside where he left them for his meeting. So Kakashi-sensei, why were you looking all gobsmacked just now coming out of the building? Teiya followed up, yeah, are we getting kicked out of Kiri or what? Shikamaru shook his head at the negative mindset of the girl. Kakashi smiled and waved it off, oh nothing at all, just some elite, high-ranking ninja stuff. Nothing you all need to concern yourselves with. Kakashi took the lead, orange pervert book out in front of his face for the world to see, and planned to lead the team around the village when Teiya saw something hanging from his back pocket. Moving with the quickness, Teiya snatched a piece of paper from the pocket of Kakashi. What the hell is this? Shikamaru peered over her shoulder to see just what had caught his former enemy's interest. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he read over what Teiya had taken. No way, is that? Teiya looked up at Kakashi with wide eyes. This is the Mitsukige's personal information, address, full name, and... Are those her measurements? Shikamaru had a small nosebleed after reading that part. How the fuck did you get this shit? Kakashi turned around to his young charges and returned the paper to his pocket with what they had to believe was a stupid grin under his mask. Ha, she must have slipped it in my pocket when I left. I knew that wasn't some kind of traditional Kirigakyo farewell. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly before shrugging. I'm Kakashi Hatake, and that's all you need to know about that. Turning back around, he motioned for the two to follow him. Come on, this is a rare opportunity for kids like you. We have a foreign village to see. Shikamaru shook his head. Why is everyone on Team 7 so confusing? First Sasuke goes clinically insane and goes to Orochimaru. Then Naruto runs through our entire graduating class like a hot knife through butter, and now Kakashi is getting hookups in. That whole team is a big pain in the ass. XXX. With Naruto unknown area in Nami no Kuni. Naruto kept a frantic pace as he tried to arrive at his destination before midnight. Man, I feel like a real heel for not going to see Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna, but this is for business not pleasure. I'll try and catch up with them soon. I wonder what they'll say when they see me. Naruto was broken from his musing when a flock of bats swarmed in his face. No matter how he tried to shoo them away, they stayed in his personal space until he had to stop entirely. Fuck off. Naruto grabbed one of the bats only to be surprised when it melted into ink. Finally taking notice of the situation, Naruto saw that the bats were black and white. What the fuck? Naruto thought to himself as he began pummeling the bats and reducing them to ink. A roar drew Naruto's attention to see two black and white lions bearing down on him. Naruto drew his sword and ran at them. The first one tried a direct pounce that Naruto avoided by sliding under on his knees. The second lion rushed Naruto in his moment of recoil from the slide before he could make it to his feet. Naruto ended up driving the blade right into the lion's maw, turning it to a puddle of ink. The first lion slashed at Naruto's back with its claws only to be blocked by Naruto's ninjato. However, the lion's raw power against Naruto, who was off balance and defending from his back, sent him flying across the area. Naruto recovered and rolled to his feet, glaring at the artificial beast. All right. Time to slay this overgrown kitty and find the asshole pulling the strings out here. Naruto made a stutter-step motion to feint the lion into attacking and cut the lion in half with his sword, smearing ink all over it. Now alone in the area, he turned his senses abroad to search for any sign of exactly who was after him. A rustle of the breeze caught Naruto's attention as he rushed off in a seemingly random direction. He eventually came upon the form of Sai sitting in a tree with his scroll sitting in his lap and a brush in his hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the root agent and cleared his throat. Sai. I wish I could say it was nice to see you, but it would be a bald-faced lie. Especially after just getting attacked. Those animals were yours, I assume. Sai smiled a smile that Naruto obviously knew was fake. Jumping down from his branch, he landed in front of Naruto and rolled his scroll back up. Yes, Naruto. I had to make sure you weren't getting rusty, and I've honestly wanted to fight you for quite a while now. Naruto looked Sai over. Hey, you're my age. Why don't I remember ever seeing you around? Sai's face returned to its dull, normal, emotionally devoid look. You never worked on a team. Danzasama always had you work solo, and besides, no one in Root knew each other that weren't regular partners. I had my own. Other than that, I did not appear until I was 9, right before your ill-fated mission to Otogakure. Naruto nodded. It sounded about right. Okay, now why are you here? Did you just want to drop in and see your old buddy Naruto? Naruto finished with a grin. Sai simply stared at him, blinking. Naruto dropped the grin from his face. Okay, whatever. Seriously, Sai, what do you want? Sai's fake smile surfaced once again. You should know the answer to that, Naruto. After all, I'm the main reason you're even here in the first place. Flashback: the night after Naruto's return from Zuki no Kuni. Naruto sat meditating in the forest of death. Slowly dragging the Kyuubi's chakra out of the seal. Goddammit. This seal isn't meant for me to use Kyuubi's chakra the way I want to, at least not as it is. It's like I'm missing something. Erosenin's holding something out on me, again. Well, after our first little smattering about seals, he shouldn't try any mischief with them, especially now that I'm learning about them. Naruto heard rustling in the trees moving towards him rapidly. Naruto sighed and drew his sword from his back as he stood up and cracked his neck. Come on down. On cue, a blur burst into his vicinity, followed by 2 other, significantly larger, blurs. Naruto moved into the path of the first blur as it jumped over him and channeled wind chakra to his blade to slash twice at the attacking blurs moving right for him. A splattering of guts let Naruto know that he had just killed 2 more spiders. You have the same elemental affinity as Danzasama, I see. Naruto recognized the voice as Sai, the boy he had met while he had been training with Jiraiya. Sai had his tanto drawn, but upon seeing Naruto deal with his assailants, he placed it back into its sheath. Turning around, he swung his sword to clear the guts from the blade before setting the dull side on his shoulder. Hi there, Sai. Did you have fun tracking me down? Sai let out a sigh to let him know just how tired he was. It wasn't the tracking you part that was difficult. However, fighting through all of those spiders was a tiring endeavor. Naruto grinned and nodded. Never been in the forest of death before. Welcome to my world. Now I hope you didn't brave the treacherous nightlife of our little slice of hell on earth just because you missed me, Sai. Sai blinked dully, humorous. Now I actually have come with something that may interest you. Danzasama is aware of your issue with utilizing the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto cut him off right there with a serious expression. Wait, how does Danzajiji know about that? Naruto thought about it and palmed his face and raised his hand before Sai could speak. Actually, you know what, never mind. I know how he knows. Cammy, if you guys weren't on my side. Sai's fake smile surfaced again. We have information on a place you might be interested in knowing about. A lost village that went by the name of Uzu Shogakyo no Sato, village hidden in the whirling tides. Naruto's raised eyebrow signified his interest. Go on. Sai did as asked. This village was well known for its proficiency in Fuwa Injutsu, one clan above the rest in particular. Naruto rolled his eyes. I can tell Danzajiji had an active hand in training you. You both have that annoying penchant for halfway explaining things for kicks. Get to the point already, the corpses of these stupid things are going to draw more of them any minute. Any annoyance at being cut off by his blonde predecessor was not evident on Sai's face. It was your clan, the Uzumaki clan of which I speak. The entire village was so feared for its skill in the difficult art they were wiped from the map in war. The lost country it was situated in was known as Uzu no Kuni, land of whirlpools. As it turns out, your surname used to be synonymous in the shinobi world with seals. Naruto frowned. So this place is lost. I've never even seen that place on a map. Sai shook his head. Yes, you have. In fact, you've been there yourself in the past, whether you knew it or not. Upon the fall of Uzu no Kuni it was renamed. You now know of this land as Nami no Kuni. Naruto stood in contemplative silence for a moment as he mulled around what he had just learned in his head. As per the course, Naruto took up the topic with his unwilling life partner. You fucking knew this already, didn't you? Kyuubi simply awoke for a moment and yawned. Nope. Not I. Naruto scoffed out loud. Bullshit. You pretty much waved it in my face all the time. So what do you have to say for yourself, Kyuubi? Kyuubi. ZZZZZZZ. Damn you, Kyuubi. You miserable big fuzzy asshole. Wake your ass up so I can rant at you. Sai simply waited patiently while Naruto dealt out his inner monologue. Naruto eventually gave up and focused on the pale boy in front of him. Alright, so I actually do have a clan. We had a different village, and then it got wasted by people that were afraid of our sealing skills. Well, that settles it. I'm going to Nami no Kuni the first chance I get. There's too much I can get out of heading down there to just let this slip my mind. End flashback. Naruto stroked his chin. This is true. Naruto pointed at the pale teen with a deadpan expression. Don't smile like that. You look like you're about to start some international bullshit when you give me that look. Who the fuck are trying to fool with that shit anyway? Sai dropped the smile. I am trying to learn about emotions so that I may be more useful on the outside, much like yourself. So that I may support you in your endeavor to become Hokage when the time comes. Naruto sighed and placed a hand on Sai's shoulder. Wow, Danza really broke you like the rest of them, didn't he? I see you and I have a lot to work on. But that's okay, Naruto-senpai has got your back. He looked around, and now I'm lost. I presume you're here to tag along with me for whatever reason, correct? Sai nodded. Naruto looked around. Okay. It couldn't hurt, I guess. Well, since you were waiting for me, I assume you know the rest of the way. Sai turned around and started walking off. That is right, Naruto-senpai. I have coordinates of the former location of Uzu Shogakyo. Naruto gave him an amused look. Really? Did you really just call me Naruto-senpai? Seriously? Sai stopped walking and turned around. Yes, I did. I realized that you are technically correct. You are my senpai in truth. You have more experience than me, not just in route, but as a ninja overall. So it is only appropriate that I refer to you as my senpai. Naruto wiped a fake tear from his eye and wrapped an arm around Sai's shoulder. That was beautiful, Saikuhai. I think this will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Naruto looked around before sweat dropping. So where do we go now? Sai pulled himself from Naruto's grip and turned around to walk in the other direction. We're heading the wrong way, Naruto-senpai, follow me. Naruto frowned and slunk behind. You know what, Kuhai, I don't like your attitude. XXX. A hidden location in the vicinity of Amigakure. A figure standing in the dark of a cave looked out amid the rainy plains of the country he sought to gain control over. This is too good of an opportunity to pass up. Konoha's Jinchuriki will undoubtedly be the most well-guarded of the 9. Rumors have him placed on the island nation of Nami no Kuni, too far for any assistance from his allies in Konoha. I have Zetsu following up on this lead. Upon confirmation of his location, I will dispatch agents to capture him while the chance is opportune. The sound of a woman's voice sounded in the chamber. Yes, Pain-sama. As you wish. A pair of legendary eyes shone through the darkness of the cave. It is only a matter of time until my will shall be carried out. The world will know the true meaning of pain, and I will be known as the god that will lead this world to peace, one way or another. Teiya let out a huff as she, Kakashi, and Shikamaru sat in restaurant after finishing another day of information gathering, which was pretty much them being tourists. Looking around at the lazy Jounin and the lazier Chunin, she felt her temper slipping. All right, Kakashi. Seriously, can you tell us when Shithead is getting back? At least if he were here this would be mildly entertaining somehow. Kakashi let out a sigh. She had been asking him about this for the last 3 days. Teiya, for the 10,000th time, he'll come back when he comes back. I'll know when he's on his way and I'll let you all know. Teiya grumbled and crossed her arms. Shithead, he'd better have a damn solid excuse for ditching us here like this. Shikamaru yawned. Whatever, you troublesome woman. All I know is that this is my kind of mission. No fighting, no running around, just relaxing and doing nothing. Maybe I should try and go on more missions with Naruto and Kakashi-sensei more often. Kakashi smiled at Shikamaru. See, Teiya. Shikamaru has the right idea here. Teiya let out an undignified groan and dropped her head on the table with a thud. XXX. 2 fast-moving blurs shot through the brush, one following the other. They were moving swiftly through the wilderness of Nami no Kuni in a specific general direction. Naruto kept close on Sai's heels as they ran further into the country. Hey Saikuhai, I kind of figured that a village named for whirlpools would be by the ocean or something. Sai kept a dull look on his face as he led the blonde Chunin along. It would seem like the most logical place, Naruto-senpai, that's why it isn't anywhere on the coast. Uzu Shogakure was actually one of the villages that were hard to find. Naruto nodded in understanding as he kept up with the route. Shinobi, so you've got the terrain memorized completely. That's actually very impressive. I haven't seen you pull out a map once. A map would have been too dangerous to bring, Naruto-senpai. Sai admitted as they continued on. Remember, there can be little to no evidence of your relationship with Danza-sama other than to those that already know. And even then, it would be far better if they didn't know that you are still in contact with us. Naruto could only imagine the shitstorm that would commence if Tsunade or Jiraiya found out that he was still in contact with Danza. There was no way that Naruto could convince them that Danza was simply doing the duty he swore himself to doing when he said he would protect Konoha. If he came to them with that argument, they would just say that Danza had brainwashed him like the rest of Root when he was a child, and that would be that. He would be locked in a cell, or even worse, sealed again. Naruto liked being able to think clearly and logically. Thank you. Naruto's thoughts wandered towards the capabilities of Sai. He didn't know how good he really was. Chances were he was probably better in practice than the majority of the other ninja his age, as Danzo would never have made him his contact if he wasn't. He still had no idea what Sai could do. He figured that Sai was able to draw animals and bring them to life, as evident by the attack he launched when Naruto was unaware of his presence, but what else could he do? Now wasn't the time for that. He was searching for something, Sai was helping. He had more important issues to think on. What would be waiting in Uzu Shogakyo? Would anything even still be standing? Does Sai really even know where he's going? Keeping his thoughts to himself, he followed his paler route companion. "We are close, Naruto-senpai." Naruto frowned. "How do you know Saikuhai?" They jumped through one last patch of overgrowth before coming to a massive valley. Sai gave Naruto a fake smile. "I just do." Naruto's sweat dropped. "I can see that." Within the valley there lied Uzu Shogakyo. Not far from where Naruto and Sai stood there was a waterfall leading to a massive river that split cleanly through the village. On the other side of the valley there was another waterfall doing the same. In the center of the village there was a whirlpool where the two directly conflicting waterways met. Around the whirlpool were four massive cylindrical buildings at least 100 feet off of the ground, while what used to be houses and other assorted buildings dotted the landscape around them. Naruto sighed. "Well, shall we?" Sai nodded and the two jumped into the valley to begin their search. XXX. As they walked along the remains of the ruined village, Naruto routinely created Kichibunshin while Sai drew an inkrat to go with them to investigate places of interest. Sai and Naruto kept moving towards the center of the village to the massive cylindrical buildings in the middle of the village. Naruto whistled as they continued on. "This place is huge. When did this village fall?" "It's just as big as Konoha." Sai kept his eyes peeled as well for anything to pay attention to. "It fell during the Second Great Shinobi War. This village had many enemies. The war opened with Tsunegakyo, Amigakyo, and Iwagakyo temporarily combining forces to sack the village all at once. This brought Konoha into the war to defend its ally, however it was too late. Your clan had been scattered to the winds and the village was destroyed." Naruto frowned. "That's a very morbid breakdown of what happened, Saikuhai. We need to work on you sugarcoating stuff like that. If it wasn't me, and I wasn't used to you root guys talking like that, that might have creeped me out." Sai didn't spare Naruto a glance. "Naruto-senpai, those were the facts. Uzu Shogakyo was destroyed by a combined effort of two of the 5 great shinobi nations and one minor one. However, that village is led by Salamander Hanzo, perhaps the strongest man alive today." "Bullshit." Naruto almost jumped at the Kyuubi's timely interjection into the conversation. "What do you mean, Kyuubi?" "I know Hanzo. He beat Erokyofu, Tsunade-chan, and Orochimaru at the same time back in the day. That seems pretty damn strong to me." "Why would he not be?" The Kyuubi huffed. "Because the strongest man alive definitely isn't Salamander Hanzo. Hanzo is a gnat compared to the man that is truly the most powerful. You've got to go further back into your history for that." It laid down on its haunches and yawned. "You're not even close to who the strongest is, ninja." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Whatever, Fuzzy, he's old as hell. He was old when he fought the Sannin, and he's still considered the best. Why won't you just tell me who it really is already so we can end this conversation?" Kyuubi growled lowly from inside Naruto's mind. "Because I intend to kill the strongest man alive myself. I truly hope you challenge me before you run across him so that after I kill and devour you I can take out my anger on him." Naruto thought once again of his fated battle with the Kyuubi. Why do you have to be so angry all of the time? Why can't you just help me? I've done everything I can reasonably do for you without letting you go, since it would kill me and I couldn't do it anyway, not to mention the fact that if I did you would utterly annihilate Konoha. Kyuubi shut its eyes. No, I wouldn't. Naruto raised an eyebrow, getting the attention of Sai, but he was busy at the moment. Wait, what? Run that by me again. I don't think I heard you correctly. Kyuubi bared its teeth at Naruto's disbelief. You heard me, ninja. If I were released and weren't already directly in your puny village, I wouldn't touch it. I have more important things to worry about than the weak mortals that populate your town. Naruto thought about that. He figured the Kyuubi would raze Konoha to the ground regardless, just for shits and giggles. There was something out there more important to him than destroying the place that had been his prison for years. Not only that, but whoever this person was that the Kyuubi was talking about had him convinced that he was going to be in Naruto's future somehow. Yuto-senpai, are you alright? Naruto snapped back into the real world from his thoughts by the emotionless voice of Sai. Naruto-senpai, do you need to rest? You were just walking ahead blankly when I tried getting you to stop. I thought I would have to do something physical to get you to stop. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Kuhai. It was a conversation between me and the fox, nothing but Jinchuriki stuff, you know. Sai nodded. Come on, we've arrived at the main buildings. Sai entered through doors that were blown off of the opening, leaving Naruto outside. Seeing a brat like that makes me glad that I got sealed inside of you. I can just imagine that kid's head being a wall of white. The Kyuubi cringed. Then I really would be pissed. Naruto mentally agreed with his tenant and followed Sai inside to keep up the search. XXX. The inside was worse than the outside. Despite looking relatively sturdy and intact, it was a wreck on the inside. Naruto's whistle echoed throughout as he looked around the main, massive room. Man, Father Time sure took a sledgehammer to this place, didn't he? It can't be helped, Naruto-senpai. Sai appeared behind Naruto. This general area was clearly where the defenders made their last stand. With these buildings still intact, it must have been an amazing battle. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his sudden appearance. Were you just waiting behind the front door to try and scare the shit out of me when I came in or something? Sai looked at him blankly. Never mind, and if this is where the last stand was made, then where are the bodies? Blood. Weapons. Anything. I mean, yeah, this place is beat the hell up, but other than that I don't see any sign of past warfare. The room was basically a large chamber. It had an ornate spiral symbol in the center of the room with a spiral staircase on the walls. The stairs were collapsed, however. No big deal, nothing a little wall walking couldn't fix. Naruto turned toward Sai and pointed up where there was a ledge with a large ornate door on it. Shall we then? Sai and Naruto channeled chakra to their feet and began running up the wall, until they were forcefully shoved backwards with a burst of energy. A sealing array appeared on the wall as the building began to shake and a wall sealed off the entrance. The boys looked around rapidly. Shit, Sai. Please tell me the building isn't coming down. My luck cannot be that bad, there's just no way. Sai had a bead of sweat going down his face. It should have been expected. A mistake on both of our parts. We should have figured that a village feared for its forays in Fuwa Injutsu would have set some traps for intruders. Any use of our chakra must have triggered it. The floor opened up, forcing the two to jump back as a statue emerged from the opening by way of an elevator. The elevator was covered in blood, as were parts of the statue, signifying what had happened to any of the attackers. Naruto and Sai were prepared for combat. however the statue did not move. It was an elaborate statue 40 feet high of a bearded man with long hair and an Uzu Shogakure Hitiet as well as old armor reminiscent of the days of the Shudame Hokage. It simply stood in a still pose. Naruto looked at Sai and shrugged, so, what? Are we just supposed to sit here and admire the pretty statue until we die of old age in here? Maybe that's how they killed the invaders, locked them in here with their big stone guy here and bored them to death. Sai shook his head, do not let your guard down, Naruto-senpai. We are still in grave danger here. Naruto scoffed, I know Saikuhai. It's just that when I say stupid things like that it's like I piss off some deity with direct control over the random shit that happens to me. I just said that so that something cool would happen and then we could move along. Sai's sweat dropped, so you're intentionally provoking a negative situation because you're impatient. Naruto glared at him, I do have a previous engagement that I need to attend to. If I'm gone for too long and my team gets back to Konoha without me I could be declared a missing nin. We need to get the fuck out of here. How we're going to do that is another question entirely, the wall apparently repels chakra. Sai nodded, using chakra again in here might trigger another trap, perhaps one with fatal ramifications this time. Naruto looked at Sai with a dry expression, maybe it's me. Sai looked around the room for anything of relevance, what is you Naruto-senpai? Naruto groaned in disappointment, it is me. Bad stuff always happens to me and the people around me on missions. If I get a C rank I might as well pack as if it would be bumped up to A ranked because chances are it will be. Naruto looked at his hands and sighed, we have to do it Sai. There's no way we're getting out of here any other way, especially if this wall repels chakra. Sai frowned and pulled out his drawing scroll, are you sure? This could be putting us in unnecessary danger. Naruto and Sai both looked at the still statue, what are the odds that I'm just being paranoid? Sai placed his brush in his fingers, there is no such thing as being paranoid to a shinobi Naruto-senpai. Right. He placed his hands in a ram seal, you ready? Sai looked unsure of Naruto's actions but nodded. Naruto took a deep breath, okay, let the sparks fly. He channeled his chakra into a hard outward pulse. At first nothing happened, but the sound of stone sliding against stone started ringing out. Sai's eyes widened as the statue began to move slowly from its position. I knew that was going to happen. What exactly was your plan? Naruto shrugged and drew his sword, I don't know, I was winging it, I cannot be held responsible for the things that I do in the heat of battle. Did you have any better ideas? Sai sighed, we weren't even fighting when you came up with that asinine idea. Naruto rolled his eyes, oh I'm sorry, you probably had a much better idea huh? Yeah, your idea probably would have made my idea look stupid, right? Shut up and fight or get squashed, Kuhai. The two were forced to dodge as the statue lowered a massive foot on their previous position. The guardian statue turned its head towards them with an audible sliding noise as the stone slabs comprising its body parts rubbed against themselves. Sai and Naruto looked at each other before Naruto nodded and rushed in with his sword, charging it with wind chakra to cleave the golem's head off. Sai stayed back and began drawing on his scroll, Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture, ... Lions of ink emerged from Sai's scroll and began stalking the statue down. The statue simply looked at them and destroyed them with a swing of its hand. Naruto's sweat dropped at the display, Sai. Ink won't hurt the damn thing. You've got to have another jutsu you can do right. Sai shrugged and pointed at the statue that had targeted Naruto, it was now gearing up to swing on him. Naruto cursed and dodged as the massive fist hit the ground and shook the building. Naruto jumped at the statue's head with wind chakra circulating around his sword. However, when he made contact with the statue's neck, a seal ray appeared on the area that he made contact with and repelled him violently. Naruto bounced across the ground and stood up with his head swimming. Damn it! The statue has the same seal on it that the walls do. It will just absorb any of the jutsu that we launch at it. Please tell me you have something that can break stone. Sai shook his head and Naruto once again cursed, and dodged another fisticuff from the statue. Damn it, Sai. Some backup would be nice at the very least. Sai shrugged again and pointed again as Naruto heard stone sliding once more. Naruto turned. Fuck. The statue actually had a fully functional stone sword on its back that it had just unsheathed. Naruto reached into his pack and pulled out a roll of explosive notes that he chucked over to Sai. The pale ninja snatched them up out of midair and took one that he wrapped in a kunai and threw at the statue. It simply bounced off with the explosion being set off in its face. What is this damn thing made of? Naruto wondered as he dodged the first strike of the behemoth's sword and ran at it again. He formed a swirling blue ball of chakra in his hand and launched at it, Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Once again he bounced off of the stone figure as a seal ray appeared on its body. Naruto fell next to Sai and picked himself up again. What are we going to do, Sai? We can't escape, we can't use ninjutsu, and if it can take an explosive tag to the face and walk right through it, I'm not strong enough to crack that stone without doing something that will hurt you. That is, if it even works. All that would probably happen is I'll get my demonic chakra absorbed. Sai shut his eyes in thought as the statue lumbered back over to them. Sai's eyes snapped open as he turned to Naruto. Naruto-senpai, how good are you at Fuinjutsu? Naruto's eyes flickered back and forth from the statue to Sai. I don't know. Only Ero Sennin is able to properly gauge my skill and I haven't seen him in a while. Why? Sai started drawing again on his scroll. What if you were able to get a good look at that array? Could you think of something to break it? Naruto tapped his chin in thought. I don't know, it's worth a shot though. What do you have in mind? Seth didn't answer and finished his drawing. Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. A mass of bats came out of his scroll and began flying around the statue's head, not making contact however. The statue stopped and tried swatting at the bats, far too slowly to actually take them out. Naruto took advantage of the distraction and made a dozen Kichibunshin, sending them all on a one-way trip to the towering stone figure. The second the first Kichibunshin made contact with the statue, it dispelled as the seal array formed. Naruto whipped out a scroll and a brush as the array vanished. The array appears for 4 seconds at a time. Run into him at 4-second intervals. The clones all nodded and did as was commanded while the statue was stuck being distracted by sizing bats. As the array appeared on the golem's body, Naruto quickly copied it down just as his last Kichibunshin dispelled. Sai, can you give me some time to work this out? I need to figure out what went into this thing's seal. Sai nodded and made a hand sign. All of the bats that were flying around the statue melted into ink all over its face, blinding it. The golem started swinging its sword wildly as it searched for the 2 root-trained ninja. Naruto kept out of the golem's range as did Sai. Eventually, Naruto's eyes lit up as he quickly wrote on a seal tag. Naruto placed his stuff away and looked at the statue with a determined expression. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to activate the seal in the room and alert the statue to his location. As it turned, Naruto placed his fists together. Fuiten, Fuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto shot off the ranged wind jutsu and hit the golem flush. Just as the seal array appeared once again, Naruto rushed in at full speed and slapped a tag right on the array right before placing another on himself. Fua Injutsu, Shinkaku no Yua Izia, Sealing Technique, Dominance of Personality. Fua in. Naruto and the statue were covered in a dull yellow glow that barely covered both of their bodies. Naruto smirked as his glow began to shine brighter while the statue's own faded out of existence. He moved his arm and surely the arm of the statue moved in exactly the same manner. Naruto let out a victorious whoop of joy. Saikuhai, get over here, quick. I don't know how long this will last for. Sai did as he was requested and stood by Naruto's side. Naruto began to walk towards the statue as it began walking towards him. Sai felt apprehensive about approaching the murderous stone effigy, but since Naruto was doing it he followed. Naruto made a scooping motion, directing the statue to pick them up, going up. Naruto cocked his hand back, as did the statue before he launched it forward, sending him and Sai flying up towards the top of the tower to the area where the ornate door was located. Naruto and Sai ended up smacking the door hard and breaking the decrepit metal door down. Naruto and Sai picked themselves up as Naruto made a one-handed ram seal, Kai. Once again he glowed yellow before it faded. Sai dusted himself off. What was that, Naruto-senpai? Naruto cracked his back. It's a new seal of mine. I read that real Fua Injutsu masters come up with their own stuff, so I made my own. I was going to test it in front of Shikamaru to piss him off, but here was just as good a time as any to use it right. It forces the wills of the recipients into a struggle. The winner ends up with temporary control over the other's body. Sai nodded. Are you sure you should have released it? Naruto waved off his concern. What the fuck is it going to do all the way down there? The sounds of stone hitting the ground reattracted their attention to the statue below as they saw it pick itself off of the ground and try climbing the wall. It only made it slightly off of the ground before dropping back down onto its back. It then repeated the process. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight. Let's get the hell out of here. He pointed at a bridge linking one tower to the next. The two dashed from their first location to their next destination as the sounds of the statue attempting to pursue them sounded out. XXX. Kirigakyo. Teiya sat on the edge of a cliff on one of Kiri's surrounding mountains, looking out at the village while simply playing her flute in boredom. She looked over at Shikamaru, who was sprawled out on the ground staring up expressionlessly. Kakashi had told them to scope out surrounding areas and vantage points of the village that they could get away with seeing. Teiya could feel the Anbu watching them but paid them no real mind. They weren't really doing anything wrong. While they had been off doing that, Kakashi had some Kakashi stuff, as he dubbed it, to attend to elsewhere. Teiya finished up a song and looked up with Shikamaru. How fucking long are we going to be here? I want to go home already, this is boring. Shikamaru remained silent, staring at the clouds, apparently ignoring Teiya. The redhead got a tick mark on her head. Are you listening to me, you lazy bastard? I'm trying to speak to you here. Shikamaru sighed. I know that. But I don't have the answer to your question or anything that I could say to make you feel better. It would be too troublesome to try and rack my brain to come up with something. Teiya placed her cheeks in her hands. Shithead would have tried. Shikamaru groaned in apathy. It's always, shithead this or shithead that. You haven't stopped asking or talking about Naruto since he left us outside of Kiri. Even when Kakashi said he wouldn't tell you anymore. If you're that worried about the guy, then chain him up when he gets back, or even better, marry the guy. He laughed to himself. Yeah, then you would have a legally binding reason to be so troublesome about him. Shikamaru then had a heel firmly planted in his stomach. Teiya looked down at Shikamaru with her foot on his belly. Do not say that about me and shithead. We could never work out, he's a shithead. Shikamaru spoke in a pained tone. Calling him names just shows me that you care. You might as well be calling him Naruto-kun. Who am I kidding? You probably will be calling him Naruto-kun. A grunt escaped his throat as Teiya began stomping on him. Shut up. There's absolutely nothing between me and shithead. Shikamaru coughed with each stomp. Your mouth says no but your heel says yes. Teiya eventually tired of stomping on him and sat back down. Hey, you're friends with him right? Why is he so damn good and you're so not? You're the same age aren't you? Shikamaru readjusted himself on the ground. I don't know. 8 months ago we were forced to fight him all at once, everyone from our graduating class. We didn't know he was that good, he beat us all. Teiya scoffed and chuckled. Well, I could have told you that was going to happen. You were all what, Genin? That guy was a right destroyer of men, even years before this. He made me think that all Konoha had were superheroes coming out of the woodwork if a kid was as strong as he was. It just didn't seem natural. Shikamaru's attention was now firmly on Teiya. What? Naruto was never much in the academy. It was scary, seeing where all of his power came out just suddenly like that. No one can tell where it came from. Teiya rubbed her cheek. Well, he's been like that for a while. When I first fought the bastard he couldn't have been any older than an academy student, that was what scared me about Konoha. You know the cursed seal that the little butt pet Uchiha has? Well, we were all fighting with it on, and we knew what we were doing. We were still going to lose until our fifth man showed up and took the advantage. Shikamaru was confused. How many years ago was this? Teiya thought for a moment. I would say about 6 years or slightly less. Shikamaru sat up abruptly. Wait, you're saying that Naruto fought you and the rest of your Oto kidnapping team when he was 8 years old? That's impossible. He first enrolled in the academy at the age of 8. Teiya shrugged. I'm only telling you what happened. He had a weird plain white mask, but it got all carved up during the fight. The blonde hair and whisker marks were a dead giveaway when I saw him again though. I thought I saw my life flash before my eyes when I did. I was more worried about fighting him than you and your little fat friend at the time. Shikamaru simply looked away in thought. Seriously, Naruto? Why do things have to be so troublesome when you're involved? Who are you? XXX. Uzu Shogakure with Sai and Naruto. Naruto and Sai emerged from the top of the third tower singed and with shallow cuts on their bodies. Naruto sighed, what the hell? That wasn't anything at all, it was like the entire top floor of the building was one big trap. Sai winced slightly as he touched a cut on his side. Maybe that was a training facility for Uzu Shinobi. It certainly worked like one. Naruto growled, shouldn't there be some way around this stuff? We still have one more of these things to check, and with our track record the next one might just spontaneously combust when we get within 5 feet of the entrance. After leaving the building housing the Statue of Death, Naruto and Sai entered what looked to be the administrative building. The skeletons of fallen enemy and Uzu Shinobi alike told them both that a fierce battle had gone on inside of this building. Of course the corridors to the main office were booby-trapped, once again with a seal array that locked them inside of a long hallway and began to cook the boys alive. Naruto was luckily able to locate the seal array on one of the walls and mentally shut out the heat roasting him alive until he could break down the seal and deactivate the trap. Naruto took notes on that seal before they left. hoping that it could be applicable elsewhere. It was a pretty nasty trap. Upon reaching the main office they found that it had been ransacked. There was nothing, the vault was empty, even the desk had been stripped bare. They boys then left and entered the next tower, which was basically a chakraless run through a building filled top to bottom with a ridiculous amount of traps ranging from ceiling arrays that shot fire, collapsing floors leading to spike pits, ranged kunai and shuriken triggers, and the pool filled with water that had a live current running through it. Naruto looked up at the sky and yelled, "All I've learned in this place is that I know nothing about booby traps. How did these people get beaten again?" Sai took a moment to bandage his wound. "Should we rest before entering the final tower, Naruto-senpai? Who knows what will be in there?" Naruto nodded and sat down on the walkway looking out at the raging whirlpool they were standing over. That is one imposing landmark. Naruto saw Sai wrapping bandages around his exposed midsection. "Are you okay? You aren't hurt too bad, are you? You should tell me if you are, because you don't have a 6-story fuzzy red physician in you like I do. Go fuck yourself, ninjan. Physician that." Sai grunted in affirmation. "They are just flesh wounds, senpai. I will be fine after a short rest." Naruto accepted his answer before deciding to chew the fat a bit with the boy. "So Saikuhai, did Danzaji finally let any girls join Root, or is it still just full of dudes? Because I told him about that." Sai paid close attention to his wounds as he spoke. "Root has females, Naruto-senpai. Riva-san is a girl, as is Maki-san. They came up around the same time you did and are within a few years of your age. How did you not notice them?" Naruto's eyes widened. "What? Maki and Riva are girls? Damn it, I was never able to tell. Maki always kept her hair so short and wore baggy stuff. Riva didn't sound like a girl, nor did she have the figure at the time, and not to mention that both of them always wore those damn masks like they would lose them if they weren't attached to their faces." Sai gave Naruto a fake smile. "That just means that you were more concerned with your work, Naruto-senpai." Naruto snorted in an amused fashion. "I wonder if they were good looking." "Oh, who am I kidding? Of course they were. They were kunoichi. It's like a prerequisite as a ninja that all kunoichi must be at the very least cute. They're still alive, right?" Sai nodded. "Ever since you were captured, Danza-sama has scaled back on our mission intake. Losing you when he did gave him a significant hit. A lot of the operations he had planned centered themselves around you. He had to revamp everything, right down to the training, to pick up the slack." Naruto frowned and looked over at the tower. "I think I should sweep for traps before we go inside, since we had so much fun during the last 2 towers. Naruto made 6 Kichibunshin, go in 2 at a time and scout out the building for me." The clones saluted him and ran off towards the tower in groups of 2. Naruto turned back to Sai. "Are you ready to go? It's almost nightfall. Are we planning on staying outdoors or in one of these stupid towers?" Before Sai could answer, a massive explosion rocked the tower. There were Kichibunshin eradicated in the blast and some sent flying off of the walkway. Naruto looked at the tower in shock. "I was just joking when I said it would just spontaneously combust." "Well then, Kyuubi Jinchu Yuriki, you weren't caught in the first blast. It looks like you get to see a little more of my art, UN." Naruto and Sai looked up at the setting sun to see a man flying above them on a massive bird. He had blonde hair up in a half ponytail, one bang covering one eye. His eyes were somewhat slitted and blue in color, and he had a scratched-out Iwagakyo on his head. The most noticeable thing about him, however, was the black cloak with red clouds on it. He had only seen that on 2 people before, and they... Oh! Naruto kept his eyes on the flying man. "Sai. What are the chances that we can get out of here? Sai pulled out his scroll. Not very good as long as he's in the air. Do you know this person, Naruto-senpai? Naruto shook his head. No. But he's wearing the same stuff that Itachi Uchiha was wearing when he attacked me. Last time they came to capture me. I'm assuming that it's much the same this time since he hasn't tried taking out the bridge and dropping us into the whirlpool yet. Sai figured his line of reasoning, so he's after the Kyuubi. Got it in one kuhai. Naruto drew the blade from his back. What are we going to do? He's long range and I can't really reach him from here. I have some distance stuff, but I doubt anything I have can hit him from here. Naruto looked around. We need room and the tops of the towers looks like a good bet, but we can't wall walk them to get up there, or use chakra when in contact with them. Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai drew a pair of birds onto his scroll and made two large ink replicas that he hopped onto one of. Get on, Naruto-senpai. Naruto gleefully jumped onto one of Sai's ink birds as they took off to the skies. Sai kuhai, you can fly. Wait, why the hell did we walk all the way here then? We could have been here hours ago. Sai directed traffic with his birds. It requires chakra to do so. I do not like wasting my chakra when moving on my feet would be a much better way to save my chakra. Naruto nodded and turned his head. I've never done this before. Is this thing going to keep me safe, kuhai? Sai gave him a fake smile. It can take 1 or 2 hits, senpai. Naruto sighed. Great, fine, how are we getting away? Just as he said that a voice rang out. So you're going to run, UN. I hope your art is as effective as mine. I know it isn't nearly as much of an explosion, UN. The man sent out multiple small clay birds at the boys. Sai was able to maneuver out of the way and cut them down from afar. Naruto, however, had no experience moving a bird and as such ended up surrounded by the little clay creations. The man smirked and made a single hand seal, Katsu. Naruto's eyes widened as Sai flew near him. Naruto took the chance and jumped from his own bird over to Sai's just as an explosion from the clay birds destroyed his ink bird. Naruto looked back at the man as he and Sai did their best to attempt to lose him. Who the hell are you? Does it really matter? I'm still going to catch you whether we're on a first name basis or not, UN. The man grinned amusedly. Naruto pulled out a bunch of explosive notes and began preparing his kunai with them. Well, I try to make a habit of learning the names of the people that want to suck out my baiju and leave me a soulless husk on the side of the road. The man's grin widened. I am Deidara, the master of art of a single moment. Your friend's art cannot compare to my own, however with the assistance of my own art, his can be something to behold, because true art is an explosion. Deidara made more clay birds to send at the boys. Sai maneuvered the ink bird to avoid the clay bird. What can we do, senpai? I'm not as good at fighting in midair and fighting like this will wear on me eventually. Naruto frowned while racking his brain. We're not long-range fighters. If he was out to kill us he might have been able to right now instead of just trying to shoot us down. Once again, it's that S-ranked superiority complex, so let's take advantage of that. Naruto picked up one of his prepared kunai, before lobbing it at Deidara, who simply dodged it. The kunai exploded in the distance. I knew he was going to do that. Naruto had his sword in hand. Sai, get me close. Close range is our best bet right now and he's chasing us, so that will make it easy. Sai looked apprehensive. Are you sure, senpai? Naruto nodded and Sai drew his tanto in response. Very well, in we go. Sai ordered the bird around, sending it directly at Deidara. He had been reaching into his pouch of clay when he saw the boys turn their ride around and head straight towards him with their blades gleaming in the light of the moon. Deidara's eye widened. Damn brats, UN. Naruto and Sai closed in. Both boys slashed at Deidara as they passed, but his bird was more maneuverable than theirs with only one person on it. Nice try, noticing and acknowledging that I'm a long-range fighter, UN. But if you can't hit me then it's useless. Naruto thought frantically, at this rate they were never going to win, they weren't even going to escape. Any good ideas to get us out of this would be lovely right now, Saikuhai. Sai squinted and looked behind them at the man they just missed. Can you fly for a moment, senpai? Naruto nodded determinedly. As long as I don't have to fly it towards him I can. Sai nodded and handed the front over to Naruto before taking out his scroll. Sai created a bunch of bats using his jutsu and had them carry Naruto's prepared explosive kunai over to Deidara in an effort to attack. Deidara matched the explosives with some of his own, negating Sai's attack. Sai retook the front of the bird while Naruto returned to his position of man on point. He pulled out a handful of shuriken. Come on. Give me something here. Raiten, Kaminari shuriken, lightning release, lightning shuriken. Naruto threw his handful of shuriken over Deidara's head. Before Deidara could mock him for his shoddy aim, he was forced to dodge as he found himself caught in a mini lightning storm as electricity dropped from the thrown shuriken, trying to take him out. Deidara's experience flying with his clay sculptures kept him out of harm's way as he outlasted the jutsu. Ha! Nice try, UN. Naruto saw Sai beginning to sweat. Keeping up the flying of the bird coupled with the day's events were getting to him. Naruto saw Deidara catching up and cursed, Sai, turn this thing around. We're not going out like this. Sai was now panting in exhaustion but did as requested. Naruto reached into his pack and carefully pulled out an abnormal black tag before tapping into Kyuubi's chakra to trigger it. The kanji for explode glowed red upon being pumped with the demonic power source. Sai channeled his chakra into the bird to give it enough of a boost to get near Deidara. Deidara threw clay insects at them, but Naruto knocked off their trajectory with a handful of shuriken, sparing them another explosion. The bird almost dropped from the sky as Sai's consciousness wavered momentarily. Naruto almost dropped the tag. Sai, can you keep this thing up for a little bit longer? Just a little more time is all I need. Keep us close, Kuhai. Sai looked haggard and exhausted. I will do my best, Naruto-senpai. Naruto nodded and held the tag behind him as it began to sizzle down. Sai got the two birds near one another again. Naruto jumped from their bird to make an attempt at Deidara. The explosives specialist threw more clay spiders at Naruto, who ran through hand signs, Fuatan, Senpua Kakazue, wind release, whirlwind pyramid. A fierce wind burst around Naruto's body, knocking the clay spiders away as he landed on Deidara's bird. Deidara turned and lashed out with a backhand strike that Naruto ducked. Naruto shot a kick at his head after getting under the punch, but was blocked and thrown off of the bird. Deidara cursed as he watched Naruto's body free fall down towards the whirlpool. Fuck. I was supposed to catch him, not kill him. Sasori no Dana is going to bitch me out when I get back, UN. Naruto fell towards the ground but was rescued by Sai's bird. Naruto sat up on the back of the bird and patted the pale ninja on the shoulder. Good save. I thought I was gone there for a second, Saikuhai. No response, Saikuhai. Sai's eyes were glazed over, signifying unconsciousness. Fuck. The bird they had been riding on dissolved into ink due to the creator being indisposed, dropping them both from the sky. Naruto grabbed onto Sai and pushed wind chakra out through his feet to direct their motion towards the tall cylindrical building instead of the water, which would have ended with them drowning. Naruto positioned Sai onto his back and fired off a Fuuyin Saiken to cushion the impact. As the two hit with Sai on Naruto's back, the aforementioned blonde coughed up blood. Naruto allowed the feeling to re-enter his body before rolling Sai off of his back and looking up at Deidara. Deidara chuckled at the display. That was a good little bit of survival technique, UN. You're one pesky kid, I have to say. Suddenly he heard the sound of a rumbling sizzle. Under the wing of the bird there was Naruto's black explosive note. From his place on top of the building Naruto smirked. Boom! Deidara leapt off of the clay bird just as his clay bird was engulfed in a mid-air firestorm. That looked like a miniature sun from where Naruto was. I can see why Ero Sennin was so reluctant to teach me how to make explosive tags, because I ended up making that piece of demonic hell. Now that showed some artistic prowess, UN. Naruto saw Deidara alive and well below the explosion that took out his bird. Now however, he was on a massive clay dragon. You are very tricky to pin down, UN. Witness the next level of my art. C2 Dragon. Oh come on. Naruto palmed his forehead. You've got to draw the line somewhere with stuff like this, S-ranked or not. Deidara chuckled. I can see why Kaizen no Dana and that Arasatake found it somewhat difficult to take you, but you've got nowhere to go as long as your little friend is unconscious, UN. Naruto looked at the downed Sai. He had to be suffering from chakra exhaustion, there was no other explanation. He was getting beaten even with Sai's help. He was a sitting duck on this roof, he couldn't fly, he could barely even generate chakra as his guess was right. The building absorbed or repelled chakra from both inside and outside contact with the wall. How did this place get conquered again? Now then. Deidara's clay dragon opened its mouth. You lot lose. Witness the beauty of my art, UN. Deidara's dragon spit up many smaller dragons that flew at Naruto. Naruto cursed and grabbed Sai, running towards the edge of the building as explosions rocked it from the mini-dragons. He had no clue what he was doing. It was either stay there and die on the roof that they couldn't escape when Deidara finally found a way to incapacitate him, or jump off and die by way of catastrophic fall into the water, and on the off chance that they did survive the initial fall from at least 100 feet in the air. Naruto bit his lip as he neared the edge. Whether we end up in heaven, hell, or somehow survive this, Sai is going to be pissed off when he wakes up. Jumping off the rooftop with the root agent in his grasp, both fell into the raging waters of the joining rivers, being quickly swept up by the whirlpool. Deidara watched the happening with a massive sweat drop on his head. Sasori no Dana is really going to kill me, UN. Waking up after getting your ass kicked is never a very fun thing to do. Waking up after getting your ass kicked while stuck down under a pool of water. Well. Cough 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 asterisk. Naruto emerged from an underground lake, dragging Sai to the rocky shore before collapsing on his back, clearing his lungs of the copious amounts of liquid he had ingested. Cough cough asterisk. You alright Saikuhai? Naruto frowned and took Sai's pulse. He was still alive and well, but it was now abundantly clear that the pale ninja was indeed suffering from chakra exhaustion. Naruto checked to see if he was still properly breathing and the results gave his eye something of a twitch. How can I be the one that actually woke up and dragged us out of the water and yet he's the one that didn't get a drop of excess water in his lungs? Naruto sighed and let Sai be for the time being. He took the time to look around the cave they were stuck in. From the roof, the water from the whirlpool was coming through. Obviously how they had gotten in, but where was all of the water going? Naruto formed a Kichibunshin and had it jump into the water to look for a path to move towards while he rested and took stock of the situation at hand. As the clone submerged itself under the lake, Naruto leaned against a rock near Sai. Well, their mission was an utter failure, he had to say. All of the things that they looked through brought them nothing but misery, pain, anger. If Sai could even get angry, Naruto wasn't sure, and a lot of wasted time. Before they could even check the last tower to see if there was anything of use in there, the thing was blown to hell by Deidara, an explosives specialist. After a short fight, Naruto had attempted to flee from the rooftop they had managed to be trapped on by jumping into the raging waters below, right into a whirlpool. Needless to say, the fight didn't go so well for the two Konoha ninja. Deidara's ability to keep the battle at a range that Naruto and Sai couldn't contend at was the real issue of the battle. Deidara and his clay bombs were far too versatile for them to attempt fighting him at a distance, and with their inability to close the distance it was only a matter of time. They had been fighting all day long, whether it be the traps they were forced to survive, or the soulless golem that tried to kill them in the first tower. By the time they fought Deidara they had been fighting all day long. Naruto started checking his equipment, but when he reached for the ninjato on his back he got an unpleasant surprise. Fuck. My sword is broken again. Naruto's sheath and blade had been busted, possibly when he fell onto the rooftop from so high in the air during the fight with Deidara. A few explosions caught him as well when he attempted to flee towards the edge, so there could have been another way they broke as well. Who knew where he had deposited the broken pieces? There was no way for him to repair it this time. This was just not his day. He and his partner had been run ragged the entire time and were attacked by a fresh opponent with superior tactics and the means to execute his game plan. Naruto's body didn't really register the fatigue, the things he did for his own personal training saw to that. However, Sai didn't have his level of stamina, nor his ability to instantly heal the wounds he suffered getting through the traps, and injuries accumulate. Naruto sighed as he looked at Sai's unconscious form. Damn it, Kuhai, I told you to tell me if you were hurt or overexerted. Naruto checked himself over. He didn't have anything hurt on him, he was absolutely fine other than his pride. And that had taken a vicious beating, as he didn't land a single shot on Deidara the entire time. Even his new supercharged explosive tag wasn't enough to finish him off. Why didn't you use my chakra? That would have made the results of the battle an afterthought. The Kyuubi decided to chime in. Naruto couldn't say he was ungrateful for the distraction, there wasn't much he could do at the moment, and reflecting on what happened with a second opinion until Sai woke up was as good a time waster as he was going to get. Naruto checked his gear, Sai was right there and we were flying on one of his flimsy ink birds. Even if Sai was able to stand up to a decent amount of exposure to the chakra, his bird couldn't. We would have dropped from the sky like a stone and died. I just have to face it, Deidara had our number up there. Kyuubi growled from inside Naruto's head, if you had come alone you could have destroyed that fool. Naruto shrugged, mostly to himself, maybe, but there's no such thing as a fair fight. Coming without Sai might have been easier, but he has his mission and I didn't see anything wrong with the help. Danzajiji wouldn't have sent him if he was weak. He just had a bad draw as an opponent. Deidara seems troublesome. Kyuubi agreed, Danza was not one to undertrain his people. While he had a penchant for treating his ninja like pawns often, it couldn't be argued that he didn't make absolutely sure that they were ready for the missions that he planned to send them on. If he sent Sai, then he thought that Sai was close to, if not the absolute best that he had. Like Naruto said, Deidara simply caught them at the worst possible time on the worst possible terrain, If you come across that man again, I want you to eradicate him, no questions asked. Understood? Naruto scoffed, you don't control me. But you're right, if I see him again I'm going to drag him to the ground and rip his arms off, and not particularly in that order either. Where did he get all of those explosives from, and how did he have time to shape them? That's what I really want to know. Get some rest. You cannot do anything while your partner is unconscious and weak. The bomber human must think you two died being thrown into the whirlpool, so there is no one pursuing you at the moment. Take advantage of that and regain what strength you both can for the time being. Kyuubi said somewhat sagely. Naruto hated doing nothing, but after flaring his chakra one good time eventually buckled and began to focus on the sound of the falling, crashing water to lull him to sleep. XXX. I'm so dead. I'm so dead, UN. Deidara repeated to himself as he flew over the whirlpool that the two boys fell into, looking for any sign that Naruto had survived and getting none. I'm so dead, UN. Deidara, get down here. Deidara paled somewhat at the sound of the gruff voice calling his name. Looking down at the abandoned, ruined village, he saw a thick, hunched figure in a black robe with red clouds and the large straw hat that Akatsuki members are known to wear. Deidara, get down here now. Deidara swallowed his nerves and landed his clay bird before pasting a nervous smile on his face. Sasori no Dana. You made it down here at last, UN. Sasori simply looked right at Deidara. I thought you were going ahead to capture the Jinchuriki since you could move faster than I could through the air. Deidara grinned apologetically. Well, you see, I did find him and fight him. He had another guy with him and we ended up getting into a little fight. They were kind of troublesome, but in the end they weren't that hard to beat. Sasori kept his tone even, and... You're not telling me everything, Deidara. Don't treat me as if I were a fool. Deidara held his hands up in a placating fashion. I never said that, Sasori no Dana, UN. But when I beat them and moved in to finish the Jinchuriki, he took his partner and jumped off of the building I had him trapped on. And then he landed in the water and got sucked into the whirlpool. Whoops, UN. Sasori stared at Deidara for a long minute before sighing. Your stupid excuse for art jumped the gun, did it not, Deidara? Deidara got a tick mark on his head. Hey. My art is better than your boring rust and we're attracting excuses. Besides, how was I supposed to know he was audacious enough to jump off of a building into a whirlpool? People don't do that, UN. Sasori scoffed and walked away. Apparently this person did. Deidara simply watched Sasori walk away. Sasori no Dana, shouldn't you be angrier about this? The Jinchuriki is dead. Leader Soma is going to tear us limb from limb for this. Sasori never broke his stride. He's dead, is he? Did you see his body? Deidara shook his head even though Sasori couldn't see it. Then he's not dead. Tell me he's dead when we find his body, and then I'll show you how angry I can be. Deidara followed behind Sasori slowly. Sure thing, UN. How is he not dead? Sasori spoke once more in his straightforward, gruff voice. It's just as I remember it. Deidara gave him an odd look, but chalked it up to Sasori just being weird like that. XXX. Undisclosed amount of time later, underground cavern in Uzu Shogakyo. Thud. 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 Naruto cracked an eye as the loud pounding noises filled the cavern. What the hell is up now? Don't tell me they are attacking the river bottom now. Naruto got up and walked over to Sai while the loud thuds still rang out. Naruto kicked Sai in the hip sharply. Saikuhai, wake up. You've been lazy enough for my tastes. Sai slowly opened his eyes. Naruto-senpai, where are we? What happened? Naruto looked around in order to figure out what was making that hellacious racket. Long story short, you blacked out on me when the tide was about to turn in our fight with that Akatsuki bomber, and I had to jump into the whirlpool in an effort to escape being blown up on top of one of the towers. I sure didn't see this one coming. Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is that noise? Sai rubbed his head and sat up. What are you talking about, senpai? What noise? Naruto gave him a dry look. You really can't hear that. Thud. 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 Naruto gestured around his grandly as the sound rang out. That noise. What is it? Naruto shook his head and put that in the back of his mind for the time being. Mikage Bunshin found out that there's a waterway path leading out, but it's under the water. Can you hold your breath for a while so we can get out of here? Sai nodded and pulled himself to his feet. I should be fine. How long have we been down here, by the way? Naruto rubbed his head. I'm not sure. I can't tell how long I've been asleep since we got down here. How's your chakra exhaustion? Sai generated some chakra before dropping it with a breath. I should be okay with a soldier pill. It will get me out of here at the very least. Sai reached into his pack and fished out a pill before popping it. That should hold me until we're safe enough to rest for real. Thud. 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 Naruto started gnashing his teeth as reasonably sized chunks of rocks started falling from the ceiling into the water nearby. This is perfect, the place is caving in. Come on, Sai, we need to get out of here before we get stuck in here. We lucked out up there, but our window of escape is closing. Thud. A boulder twice the size of the teenage ninja dropped into the water, literally. Naruto dove into the water, followed closely behind by Sai. Once inside of the water, it actually became more treacherous for the two, as swimming made it harder for them to dodge wayward debris falling in with them. Naruto brought Sai to an underwater tunnel that took them further under Uzu Shogakyo. Where exactly, he wasn't sure, but it was better than sitting in a cave waiting for no one to save them. Eventually they wound up in another underground aquifer, but upon their heads breaching the water they were forced to jump out to dodge a giant stone foot crashing into them. Naruto and Sai stood on the surface of the water to see the same statue from previously, pulling its leg out of the water and turning its gaze on them. Naruto palmed his forehead. How did that thing even get down here? Sai pulled out his drawing scroll. Worry about that later, senpai, we need to fight. Naruto nodded and reached for his sealing paper only to pull out a soggy, messy wad of wet paper. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight of his most versatile ninja tool falling to the ground in pieces. That is so not good. He looked over at Sai. How do you still have ink and that scroll? You were underwater too. Sai spared Naruto a glance. My scroll keeps my ink and brush inside as well, and when it's shut it is airtight, nothing gets in. Naruto sighed. Damn, that's useful. I need to invest in something like that apparently. He was cut off by being forced to dodge another attack from the statue. Landing ashore, the two boys ran past the sentinel, dodging swings of its massive hands that ended up pounding into the wall hard, causing rocks to drop dangerously from the ceiling and narrowly miss them both. That's the thing causing the damned cave-in. Sai looked back as they both began running down a corridor. It must be the protector of Uzu Shogakyo's inner sanctum, not just that one tower. You must have accidentally stumbled upon a secret area of the village when you fled from our attacker, Naruto-senpai. Hard thudding footsteps sounded out behind them at a louder and louder pace. The boys turned around to find the statue gaining on them. Naruto's eyes widened at the speed that it was walking at. Why is it so much faster down here? Sai looked and turned around before pulling out his ink. It must be the momentum that it can gain down here on this long straightaway as opposed to the room we had it in the first time. Sumi Nagashi, ink flush, dot. Sai poured some of his ink onto the ground and made a few hand seals. Many ink snakes burst from the ground and attempted to ensnare the statue, but upon making contact, the seal array reverted them back to ink. Was there any part of you that thought that would work? Naruto gave Sai a dry look as they continued to run. Saikuhai, nothing has changed since the last time we fought this thing, except this time I can't take control of it to beat it. Our jutsu will still disperse upon even touching this thing. Sai nodded in agreement. Uzu Shogakure truly were fearsome seal masters if they could make buildings and living golems resistant to chakra-based attacks. Naruto shot a look over his shoulder. Marvel at my ancestors' workmanship later, we still need to lose this thing and find the way out. My Kichibunshin didn't find an exit, it just found a different path to use. When Sai gave him a questioning look, he shrugged. I told it to find me a path and that's what it did. I never said to go any further. Naruto and Sai had to separate as now the statue had gotten close enough to nearly squash the both of them with its foot. It began swinging across at both boys, hitting more walls and causing more things to fall. Naruto and Sai sped up as the cavern began collapsing. What is this thing's problem? It's going to bury itself too if it keeps this up. The emotionless root ninja rejoined with Naruto as they started putting more distance between them and the statue. It must not care as long as it is able to repel all invaders. It possibly won't leave us alone until we are dead. I wonder how it knows where we are. Naruto shook his head. I don't know, but it's just a stupid statue. We might not be able to destroy it, but we can outsmart it. They then entered a clearing where there were several possible tunnels to take, leading further underground. So how are you at labyrinths and mazes, Sai? Sai stood for a moment, the statue closing in behind them before grabbing Naruto and dragging him down a random path. He dragged Naruto so abruptly that Naruto didn't even have time to steady himself and channel chakra to his limbs. Now that he thought about it, Sai wasn't doing that either. After rounding a corner, Sai grabbed Naruto and pulled him against the wall, keeping him from speaking with his hand over his mouth. As the sound of thudding got lower and lower, Sai eventually removed his hand and gestured for Naruto to stay quiet. Naruto spoke in a whisper. What was that all about? Sai responded, I know how it found us in the cave. When we last saw it, we had left it in that tower with the elevator platform coming from the ground, correct? Naruto nodded. Well, I believe that the statue can sense bursts of chakra anywhere within the inner workings of Uzu Shogakure, like the way the wall absorbed our chakra when we tried to climb it at first. I believe it sends signals of our location to the statue, like some kind of radar. Naruto's interest was piqued. So you're saying that we're actually somewhere important in Uzu? But what about the statue? That bastard will just keep coming for us the entire time we're down here. Sai shook his head. It responds to bursts of chakra. If we refrain from using any at all, then it won't be able to pinpoint our location and will return to its hibernation mode on its platform. Naruto stroked his chin. He could see how that could work. He did flare his chakra before going to sleep in the cave. That left ample time for the statue to come from wherever its resting place was to somewhere it could attack them from. Wait. Is the platform our only way out of here? Sai shrugged. I'm not sure, Naruto-senpai, but it's certainly the most blatant way out of here should we find it. Naruto groaned lowly. So to get out of here we pretty much have to go to the big, ugly, killer statue. That's just great. Naruto looked around where Sai had pulled him to. Where the hell is this? Sai looked as well. The room, if you could call it that, was a dead-end area with one ornate door on the far wall. There were skeletons in old shinobi armor strewn about the vicinity. The two boys looked around, inspecting the skeletons. Sai picked up some old rusted kunai and shuriken before deeming them utterly useless and throwing them aside. Naruto scooped down near one of the deceased skeleton ninja and picked up a dusty-looking book. He blew the dust off of it and opened it up before reading it aloud. Autumn War 3 days after the primary defenses shattered. The enemy alliance has fought their way into our border and are now moving towards the main citadel. In an effort to retreat and take stock of our resources and chances of launching a counterattack in the near future, we secretly fled to the hidden whirlpool catacombs beneath the village. There are approximately 32 of us remaining as the rest elected to remain above, leading the enemy fools into the towers to their deaths. The sounds of the fools screaming from the first tower ring out through our chambers as I write. They just seem to keep sending their men inside, knowing that the sentinel awaits them. The moment the commotion up above stops, we will strike. 6 days since the primary defenses shattered. The battle above still rages. The village leader will not acquiesce to our requests to rejoin the battle above. The sounds of our brethren still combating the foe ring out as clear as day in our ears as we sit and wait down below. The men are growing stir-crazy and bitter at our inaction, however we must go with the will of our leader. He knows what is needed for Uzu Shogakure to survive. Konoha will come. They will not let us fall, not after so many years, not after all that our alliance has gone through. We sit and wait for our moment, 1Q. That is all we need to unleash hell upon the invading bastards. 2 weeks since the primary defenses shattered. The battle grows quieter above. We still hear the sounds of combat, but they are more sparse now, not the cacophony of noise that one would associate with the assistance of our allies as we initially estimated we would receive. However, it has been weeks since the assault on our home and no aid from Konohagakure has been received. Suna, Kumo, and Iwa are cowards. They preyed on our civilians, forcing us to divert a good amount of our genin and chunin to evacuation stations. Many of our warriors were lost to this purpose that I will not say was worthless. Our civilians are as much a part of our beloved home as our shinobi forces. However, many of our troops were picked off keeping the people safe. To prey on our nation who has never intentionally slighted them in the least, this is treachery at its highest form. Our village leader has had enough and is casting away the contingency plan. He is heading up with volunteers for one final battle with the invaders. I will be among the ones that head up to link up with any survivors for one last-ditch effort at casting the Allied force out. This will be our finest hour, they will tell legends of our valor. Blood smeared the pages of the final passage as there was no time span listed. Akasuna no Sasori. We believed that the invading force was an alliance of the 3 villages I have been cursing throughout these passages. But it was just him. Him and him alone. He commanded a force of such overwhelming numerical superiority we figured it was an alliance. The numerous hiti et visible did nothing to give us any belief to the contrary. But we were mistaken. Never have I seen such mastery of Tsunagakure's most sacred art of war. He was able to keep the remainder of our shinobi busy and combat our leader directly with his puppet force, but the ones he used on us at first were nothing compared to what we saw when he started feeling the pressure of our attack. He released one puppet, just one. This puppet was horrifyingly effective. I have never and will never see anything like it ever again. The Sundame Kazekage had gone missing shortly before his attack. His whereabouts and well-being were unknown to all, but we now know just what happened to the Wind Shadow. He is now Sasori's most destructive tool of violence. The Iron Sand bloodline is fearsome, and Sasori somehow retained his ability to utilize it even in his death. One jutsu was enough to take us all out of action. The village leader gave the few of us left after Sasori's jutsu instructions to come down here and place all of Uzu Shogakyo's valuables in the most secure place in the village. That was the last thing we were all able to do. A terrible paralysis had stricken us once the vault door closed. We cannot move, we cannot utilize our chakra, even breathing is becoming increasingly difficult. It is taking me the last of my strength to write down the events that have led to our demise. So long as the village's greatest treasure resides behind the impenetrable vault of Uzu Shogakyo's premier clan, we will never be lost. Naruto shut the journal and shook his head sadly. Akasuna no Sasori. Tsunagakyo's greatest puppet user ever, Naruto-senpai, he was unmatched in the art. He went rogue almost 20 years ago, however. Sai said to the blonde shinobi, he must have been brought in as a closer when Uzu's defenses inflicted heavy enough losses on the ninja. Naruto nodded at Sai's logic, so. He turned towards the ornate door where many skeletons were positioned. Impenetrable vault. You want to see if we can get into it? We did come here to see if we could get something after all. Sai looked apprehensive. With all of the luck that we've been getting out of everything else around here, I don't think tampering with the safe would be wise, Naruto-senpai. Naruto walked over to the vault and gave it a look over. Saikuhai, do you know anything about safe cracking? I was more of the direct assault type myself. Sai reluctantly made his way over and gave the vault a look himself before shaking his head. There's no conceivable way for me to break into the vault. We need the key or else this door stays shut, senpai. Naruto looked at the door intensely before his eyes widened. Whoa. This is an elaborate blood seal array. Like, really elaborate. It's very, very precise about who it lets in, and I believe that anyone not of proper lineage will get a nasty little surprise for their troubles. Sai walked around, pacing in thought before he stopped and looked at Naruto. What was that last passage in the journal, senpai? Naruto pulled it straight from memory. So long as the village's greatest treasure resides behind the impenetrable vault of Uzu Shogakyo's premier clan, we will never be lost. Naruto's eyes widened. You don't think? Sai nodded. They were the most famous clan of the village. Go ahead and try it. Naruto scowled at Sai. Says the guy that won't get fried if he attempts to use it. Fine. Naruto pulled out a kunai and cut his palm, coating all of his fingers in blood before looking at his hand, then at Sai, and sighing, when I die, you stay the hell away from my funeral. Sai gave Naruto his smile. If you die from this, then I'll just leave you here with the rest of your family's village of origin. That's what you would want, right? Naruto's eye twitched. You're an asshole, Kuhai. Naruto turned back to the door and placed his bloody hand against it. Wincing in anticipation for a violent rebuttal from the door, he got a pleasant surprise as he heard the tumblers open from within, finally opening and revealing the contents within to the boys. Looking within, he saw that the vault wasn't very large. It was big enough for both Naruto and Sai to stand in, and that was about it. There was no treasure of financial value, no stockpiled money, nothing of the sort. There was a shelf with a dozen scrolls on it. Sai reached for one and attempted to open it. Naruto watched him struggle before sighing and dragging a bloody finger across it, opening it. Sai grunted in thanks and began reading, ending up squinting at what was on it. There's nothing on it at all, senpai. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the scroll and swiped his bloody finger on the parchment as symbols appeared on the paper. Naruto handed it back to Sai. There you go. Now read. Sai looked at it again. I can't read this, senpai. Naruto sighed and took it from him. What, are you dyslexic? It says clearly, Scroll 1 of Uzu Shogakyo's listed existing seal array combinations. Get your head in the game, Mr. Chakra Exhaustion. Sai gave him a confused look. I didn't see that at all. It looked like a bunch of random squiggles. Naruto looked back at the scroll. He could read it as clear as day when Sai could not. Naruto smirked. Wow, that's really, really good Fuwa Injutsu. You can't even read this unless you're an Uzumaki. Sucks for you and everyone else still in Route Saikuhai. Sai nodded. Quite, I assume. So I guess your Uzumaki blood is why it was nigh impossible for Danzasama to place his personal Fuwa Injutsu on you and have it stay effective. Naruto shrugged. I guess. Let's load this stuff up so we can get out of here already. Naruto and Sai packed all of the scrolls into Naruto's pockets for the time being, seeing as how any chakra used to seal them in a storage scroll would have tipped off the ever-vigilant and uber-tough guard statue that had apparently been killing things for over 20 years. After reading that, Naruto and Sai really didn't want to see exactly how good they were, not against that thing. Naruto noticed something behind the shelves as they finished loading his pockets with scrolls. What in the? Naruto pulled the wooden shelves down to find another door behind them, a sheathed sword held in a groove on the door. It was a ninjato-like Naruto subtly eradicated sword. The sheath was black with silver and gold spiral designs all over it. The handle looked smooth and well-made, but very plain. Sai tried to pull it out, getting Naruto to push him back. You'd think that you would have learned with the vault door and scrolls. Naruto latched onto the blade and tugged on it, getting no give whatsoever. Naruto's sweat dropped as he could have sworn, if Sai showed emotion he would have been giving Naruto the equivalent of an I told you so look. One moment. I've almost got it. Sai watched Naruto tug away at the sword for the better part of a minute. Yes, you've got it all right, Naruto-senpai. One more tug and I think you might peel some of the sheaths covering off on your hands. Naruto grunted in effort as he continued pulling, now planting his feet on the sides for leverage as he used his entire body to pull. Fuck you, Saikuhai. You sure don't show emotion. But you've got that sarcasm shit down pat, don't you? Why don't you be useful and shut the hell up so I can concentrate? This is man's work. Sai shook his head and sat down outside the vault as Naruto kept pulling at the sword inside. Damn it, I'm not leaving without this thing. It looks sweet and I need a replacement. Naruto kept yanking at the sword with all of his might. Don't you know who I am? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You're a stupid goddamn sword. Apparently upon utterance of the word Uzumaki, complete with the colorful swear and loud proclamation, something in the groove holding the sword clicked and released the blade to Naruto in a burst of cold smoke, sending him flying backwards. Sai looked at the inside of the vault as the smoke cleared and his eyes widened in uncharacteristic surprise. Naruto stood up with a triumphant grin on his face. How do you like that, you piece of archaic crap? I rule you. Naruto looked up at Sai. All right, Sai, we've got everything I think, so let's get out of here before our luck turns again. Sai didn't move. Naruto-senpai, I think you should come here and see this too. Naruto walked over inside the vault with Sai and found that the wall he had taken the ninjato from had collapsed. Naruto swung his arms about to clear the strangely cold smoke from view. When it cleared out, Naruto's jaw dropped at what they had found. Encased in what seemed to look like ice was a white-haired girl. XXX. Uzu Shogakure above ground. Sasori no Dana, why are we still here, UN? Deidara asked as he sat by a fire, looking bored. The Jinchuriki is gone, and we aren't even looking for him. Shouldn't we have reported back into Leader Sama right now? Sasori kept looking towards the trio, now duo, towers of Uzushigakyo. When Uzushigakyo was first attacked many years ago, it was believed that the defenders were wiped out after a 2-week battle. However, there were many surviving ninja that came out of hiding, fresh, for one last-ditch effort at victory. Nothing is as it seems in this place. A few of the last defenders were never accounted for. He turned to Deidara, as long as I haven't seen any bodies they aren't dead. They will be back topside soon enough, and that is when we will finish them. Deidara looked at Sasori and nodded. Sasori no Dana, why do you know so much about this, UN? Sasori remained silent, forcing Deidara to sigh and pout about him being such a bastard so much of the time. XXX. Kirigakyo with Kakashi. Kakashi sighed as he once again retired to the room he was sharing with Shikamaru for the night. Where the hell are you, Naruto? It's been a week since you left. I can't keep Shikamaru and Teiya off of my back about this forever. You need to make it back before we have to leave, or I don't know what I'm going to have to do. He looked over at Shikamaru, who was sleeping on a bed nearby. Should I send Pakin or another one of my ninken? Would they even be able to find him? He's in a completely different country. I knew this was a bad idea. Thudding footsteps sounded off down the hall, stirring Shikamaru from his slumber. Kakashi cursed to himself and stood by the door. Here we go again. Knock knock knock. Kakashi opened the door with perhaps the most artificial eye smile he had ever given anyone for any reason ever. Why, hello Teiya. What can I do for you tonight? Teiya stood in the doorway with an irritated scowl on her face and her hands on her hips. Where the hell is the blonde asshole? Kakashi gave her a look. What have I been telling you since day one? Where Naruto went was his business. If he wants you to know, he'll tell you when he gets back. Teiya got a tick mark on her head. Well then, in that case, could you tell me exactly how long it's going to take him to drag his whiskery, borderline homicidal, scar-faced ass back here? Because he's been gone long enough to file a missing persons report 3 times over. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe. Are you saying that you don't trust him? After all that he's done for you, and you don't trust him enough to handle his own affairs elsewhere? Trust me when I say, this is as personal as any undertaking Naruto is going to attempt. Teiya looked down. It's not that I don't trust him, he's the entire reason I'm not in a tiny cell or even dead right now. Honestly, I trust him a hell of a lot more now than I probably will ever trust you. She looked up at Kakashi. No offense. Kakashi gave her a true eye smile. None taken. Teiya ran her hand through her hair. And I know he's strong. If he could beat Kimimaro, then that's saying something, but I'm saying that he can't trust us. Why can't he trust us? You were his Jounin sensei when he was a genin, weren't you? That lazy bum over there was his classmate in your ninja academy, wasn't he? And me, we're friends. I'm his friend, aren't I? I live next door to him and I see him pretty much every day. Oh hell, emotional female distress. I should have known even a girl like her still qualifies as a girl. Let's see, I need a way out here. Kakashi thought to himself as he feigned interest as he subtly looked around the room. Damn you Shikamaru, you have an easy out. I know your ass isn't asleep. That lazybones stigma saved you today. Those times he saw me when I was in solitary confinement. I mean, why would he just go and do something like that, spend time with me when he didn't have to, and then just up and leave like this without a single word? He trusted me enough to give me my weapon back inside of his own home, and not now. Is it something I did, Kakashi? Kakashi sighed to himself and resigned himself to his fate. No Teiya, I don't think it was anything that you did. He's just a secretive kid these days. But why now, and why to me? She asked. It's not like I would have even tagged along, I just want to know what he's doing. Sai XXX. With Naruto and Sai. Naruto and Sai both spent the longest time staring at the girl. Naruto wiped some fog from the clear barrier keeping the girl suspended. Her eyes were closed as she had a very serene look on her face, her heart-shaped face. She had long white hair that went down her back with sharp claw hammer bangs in front of her face. From her body type, Naruto and Sai figured that she was somewhere within their age range. How were they able to do this, you ask? Well, she was naked, that's how. After a long time of the two boys just staring, Sai pointed at her. So are you going to get her out of there, Naruto-senpai? Naruto kept his eyes on the girl because, well, come on. How often in life are you going to get a 100% valid reason to look at a girl you don't know naked and not feel somewhat like a deviant in the process? How the fuck do you figure I'm going to go about pulling off that miracle, Sai? I don't know any Kaiten ninjutsu and this shit doesn't even look like ice anyway. Sai gave him a dry look. You opened and activated everything else we've come across so far. I don't see how you couldn't come up with a way to get this girl free as well. Naruto shrugged. Maybe, but do you think she'll be able to walk when we get her out? It's kind of dangerous to be around us right now if you haven't noticed. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. Actually, more importantly, do you think she'll be able to chase us? Because if I woke up butt naked like her and found out that two guys had been staring at me for the better part of an hour, I would run to the nearest living thing and kill it. Sai frowned. Who knows? But aren't you curious right now? You said you wanted to come for everything in Uzu. Well, she's in Uzu, she's right here in front of you and I think you can get her out. Will you just leave her here until the end of time? Naruto looked down shamefully. That would be pretty messed up, huh? But Saikuhai, what in the blue hell am I going to do with her? I mean, she doesn't even look like she's related to me. Her face is too different. Her eye structure isn't as big as mine, her nose is more, I don't know, regal I guess. Seriously, who the hell is this girl? There's only one way to find out, senpai. Sai said as he gestured to the frozen girl. Naruto rolled his eyes and cut his hand once more before sticking it to the stuff encasing the girl. It rapidly started to melt onto the ground. Naruto looked at his hand in surprise. Man, I've got some good blood. Did you see that? Like it was molten lava or something. The girl almost collapsed onto the ground before Naruto and Sai caught her. The two stared at each other in confusion as neither had the slightest clue as to what to do in this situation. Slowly her eyes fluttered open to reveal amber eyes. Naruto watched in interest as the girl looked into his eyes and blinked in confusion before finally speaking in a sweet voice, hello. Naruto's face was unchanging as he answered her right back, hi there. She looked around blankly, who are you and what am I doing here? Naruto shrugged, in order asked, my name is Naruto, this is Sai, and we have no clue, we thought we could get that part from you. She seemed to accept this as a reasonable answer, I see. Okay. One more question. Naruto nodded, shoot. Why am I naked? Naruto and Sai looked at each other before Naruto turned back to her and answered, we don't know that either. Naruto gave her body a good once-over look, good on you though. Bravo. The girl simply looked up at him from her back, not a single indication of discomfort towards her current situation. She crinkled her nose in a cute manner, I hate to trouble you, but would either of you happen to have any clothes on you that I could wear? My own seem to be missing at the moment and this floor is cold. Naruto and Sai looked at each other before Naruto pulled a sealing scroll from his pocket and unsealed a change of clothes. The two boys gave her some privacy as they vacated the vault to allow her to change. Sai took this time to whisper to Naruto, "What are we going to do now, senpai?" Naruto glared at Sai, "I don't know. We definitely can't leave her here, that's for damn sure. Can you take her back to Konoha with you?" Sai frowned, "And keep her where? I have only enough space in my lodgings for myself and Danza-sama isn't accepting anyone else en route either, he wouldn't take her regardless. She's too old to be trained by him properly now." Naruto started pacing, "This is all turning into one massive clusterfuck, I swear. I came here looking for scrolls, maybe a family tree, you know, the usual stuff. I found a Katsukiya statue with a grievance and a hot naked girl sealed in a vault. What is it with my luck? So who are you two again?" Naruto and Sai turned around to see the girl with her white hair tied in twin ponytails going down her back. She had on a black pair of Naruto's shinobi pants rolled up to her knees with a black pair of sandals. She had on one of Naruto's black muscle shirt, and the sight of the girl adjusting it on her chest was actually quite appealing to Naruto, but it was business time. "Kami, I'm so stiff after being stuck in that place." "Me too," Naruto said before he slapped himself. What I meant was, shouldn't you give your own name before asking for someone else's?" The girl's mouth opened in realization and she quickly bowed. "I'm so sorry. My name is Hamako Kiyamaiju. Level 9 Seal Master Apprentice of Uzu Shogakyo." Naruto stared at her in shock. "You're a Seal Master? No way, you're so young, how can you be level 9? My sensei isn't even level 9, he says he's level 8. She put her hands on her hips. "Well, I just said I'm a Seal Master Apprentice. I'm not a fully accredited Seal Master yet until Sensei promotes me to level 10. She blinked in thought. "Wait, there's a battle going on right now." She looked around rapidly. "Where's Sensei? Where is anyone?" She then noticed the Hittite on the heads of the two boys. She broke out in a huge smile. "Konoha is here. Sensei said they would come. You must have beaten all of those jerks up top." She looked at Sai and Naruto fondly. "So I'm sorry, I'm such an airhead sometimes. What were your names again?" Naruto answered, "Well, he doesn't really have a name. I just call him Sai, it seems to fit him." Sai nodded in acknowledgement. "And me, like I said, I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki." Hamako's eyes widened upon hearing his surname, Uzumaki-sama. "From Konoha. You must be related to Mito-sama somehow." Naruto looked at her in confusion. "Mito-sama? Who is Mito? And Sama? Why am I Sama?" Hamako latched onto Naruto's arm, to be saved by a member of Mito-sama's family in Konoha. This is truly a blessing. Have you and your partner seen Sensei yet? Others will probably call him village leader or something." Naruto looked somewhat hesitant to accept her thanks. Hamako, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll let this guy do it." "Tell her, Sai." Sai nodded. "Uzu Shogakyo fell while you were in that chamber. You've been asleep for the better part of nearly 20 years, Hamako Kiyamaiju." Hamako just stared at them for a moment before a grin broke out on her face. "You guys need to stop fooling around. If Konoha is here, that means that we won. You shouldn't fib like that." "What if I had taken that seriously?" she finished with a small giggle. Naruto looked down sadly and Sai simply kept emotionless eyes on her. Hamako stopped smiling. "You guys. Right. Tell me I'm right. Tell me that you're just messing with me, that Uzu is still okay. She asked in an increasingly desperate manner. Thud. 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 Naruto and Sai both turned towards the nearest wall and spoke at the same time, shit. With that the wall crashed down as the sentinel came through, its eyes set firmly on Naruto and Sai. The two prepared to grab Hamako and run until the girl stepped towards the statue. Stop being a nuisance, Kumo-kun. She spoke with utter authority. The statue stopped moving at the girl's behest, shocking Naruto into a stupor. How the hell did you do that? Do you have any idea the hell that thing put us through for the past 2 days? Hamako turned to Naruto. What do you mean, how did I do that? I was the one that made the seal that animated him, why wouldn't I have control over him? Now tell me. She said in an increasingly dark tone, what happened to Uzu? She was starting to shake as she spoke. Naruto moved quickly and wrapped Hamako in a hug. I'm so sorry Hamako, but Sai wasn't lying. This is real. Uzu Shogakure was sacked a long time ago. You're the only person we found here alive, and that's because you were in that odd hibernation chamber. Hamako stood silently, leaning on Naruto's shoulder until she finally broke down and began to cry on him. Naruto simply held her and let her get it all out. He moved them over towards an unruined wall and let her weep for her lost land on him. It was the very least he could do for her for now. Once again, Kakashi sat aboard a ship. However, the ship wasn't bound for the mainland. This ship was going elsewhere for the time being. It had been a week since he had let Naruto go on an excursion that should have taken him 5 days at the most. Kakashi was, needless to say, worried. He had no idea where Naruto was, other than the fact that he was somewhere on Nami no Kuni, and he knew he couldn't go home without Naruto anyway, not that he would if he could. Naruto was his comrade, and after his monumental failure with Sasuke he was going to keep that boy safe. However, he also had to consider the fact that the boy was fully capable of going toe-to-toe with him by this point and would have a better than fleeting chance of winning if they were to ever face off, especially if Kakashi was still deluding himself into thinking that Naruto wasn't as powerful as he carried himself as these days. The idea of him fighting a few of the Chunin of Konoha to prove a point seemed rather appealing to the masked man. He wondered who would end up having a good match with him and who would end up getting destroyed. A few of the thoughts of potential Naruto vs. Konoha Chunin face-offs made Kakashi nod his head, and a few made him snicker. So we're finally going to get the blonde idiot, are we? Kakashi was brought back into focusing on the task at hand by Teiya. It took long enough. Kakashi sighed. She seemed angry, but honestly she was way happier than she had been all week that they were finally going to look for him. Now that the chances of actually seeing him were well increased, she was way more manageable. Kakashi shook his head at that. He had heard from Genma about what Naruto had gotten up to in Kumo. It was common knowledge among quite a few elites due to Guy heading to his house 3 days straight while he was on medical leave that he had shared a bed with the Kazuki's daughter during their stay in Konoha following the retrieval mission. Did that kid even openly recognize the caliber of women he was attracting to him? Kakashi thought it best to play the responsible adult and burst Teiya's bubble somewhat before they got there. Now Teiya. It may be far more difficult to find him than you know. It's been a few days since he's landed here, so chances are his trail has long since gone cold, and that's if it didn't rain. Teiya visibly deflated while Shikamaru groaned at the prospect of actually having to work on this mission. So what are you saying we have to do, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi scratched his hair sheepishly. If I can't pick up Naruto's trail, I'll have no choice but to have us wait for him here to return. There's not much else we can do if we can't even find him. Taya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait. If we can't find him and he ends up getting whatever he needs to do done, what makes you think you can wait him out? Won't we just end up missing him? His dumb ass will probably end up heading back towards Mitsu no Kuni, or even Hai no Kuni once he's done with whatever he's doing. Kakashi gave her a knowing eye smile. But there's one place that I'm certain he'll end up making his way to at some point. Either he already has, or he will at some point, and if he's already been there it's all the better for us. That can be a jump-off point for us to search for him. Shikamaru was intrigued. Kakashi was talking like Naruto had been there before. Where exactly are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi simply smiled at Shikamaru and Taya. I guess you'll both find out when we get there. XXX. Uzu Shogakure Underground Catacombs. Naruto and Sai had allowed Hamako to sleep after telling her the entire story about what had occurred during the destruction of Uzu. They had refrained from telling her exactly what it looked like up there. Well, Naruto did. He had to elbow Sai in the face to keep him from blurting it out. Not exactly the most subtle in social situations, that Sai. After telling her all that they knew and had found out about what happened, they let her cry herself to sleep, and after coming to the conclusion that letting her rest was the best plan all around, they both took up positions against the stone walls and got some rest themselves. During this time period, Naruto almost grabbed Hamako and dislocated her shoulder when she startled him in the middle of the night. Sheer willpower kept him from doing so, as all she was attempting to do was just lay against him. Instead of pushing the distraught girl off of him rudely, like Sasuke Uchiha would have, he wrapped an arm around her and let her stay with him. He was obviously the closest thing to her old life that she had, and the only person showing any empathy to her situation, as Sai's face stayed as plain as a brick wall the entire time they explained the situation to her. The only thing he simply could not get used to was her calling him Uzumaki-sama. That was just weird. So the next morning, they were taking a guess as to the exact time of day, seeing as how they had spent an undisclosed amount of time underground. Naruto gently shook Hamako awake and looked across the room to see Sai simply staring at the two of them blankly. Pretty creepy thing to wake up to. Good morning, Saikuhai. Sai took that as his cue to stand up. I believe it's time we exit the premises, Naruto-senpai. Naruto nodded and let Hamako adjust her eyes to being open before he let go of her and stood up to start stretching. I agree. But what are we going to do about Hamako? He looked to her as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. What are you going to do when we get out of here? Hamako immediately woke up properly upon having that question sprung on her. I'm not really sure, Uzumaki-sama. I don't have anywhere to go. The massive statue that seemed more akin to her pet now walked up to her and kneeled down. Hamako gave it a sad smile and patted it. It will be okay, Komainu-kan. We'll be fine. She then made a few hand seals and placed her hand on the statue. Kai. The statue, or Komainu, shrunk to the size of a 4-inch doll that she wrapped a rope around and placed around her neck. She looked at Naruto and Sai, one who seemingly didn't care, however his eyes lied on that front, and the other, who just stared in awe. What? Naruto pointed. You can control that damn statue and shrink it. How the hell are you doing this stuff? Hamako shook her head. Don't you know anything about Fuwa Injutsu? Your clan are the best Fuwa Injutsu users in the entire world. Naruto rubbed his neck sheepishly. I guess it skipped a generation, or several. He noticed Hamako staring at him. What's the matter? How old are you, Uzumaki-sama? Hamako asked, her voice deadly serious. And what level of seal mastery would you say you were at? Naruto and Sai looked at each other. 14. And I don't know. I can't tell all of the seals that go into Komainu, but I was able to stop him for a bit. What does that make me? Hamako's jaw dropped. You're not even level 3 yet. You're 14 and you aren't even at level 5. Naruto shrunk under her, yelling, yeah, I guess so. Is that a bad thing, Hamako? Hamako grabbed him by his collar and pulled him close to her face. Everyone in your clan can at least say that they were level 7 before they were 15. And you mixed overlapping seals without knowing all that went into one of them. What kind of Uzumaki isn't good at Fuinjutsu? Naruto's sweat dropped, an Uzumaki that wasn't even introduced to the art until a few months ago. Give me a break, Hamako. I'm better than pale and listless over there, he said while pointing at Sai. Hamako palmed her forehead. Kami. There's an Uzumaki out there, a real true Uzumaki. And he can't even do Fuinjutsu. Naruto took offense to this. Hey. I can do stuff. I can make tons of stuff. I make sealing scrolls, customized explosive tags, and check it out. He pulled out the seal he used to control the statue. I even made this temporary control seal that helped us beat your statue when we first ran into it. Those things are beginner stuff. Hamako took the seal note away and inspected it, frowning more and more the longer she looked at it before balling it up and tossing it aside. It's completely shoddy. How can you be proud of that? Naruto's jaw dropped. What? Do you know how hard that was to come up with? Hamako pointed at the statue on her necklace. Compared to what I did to animate Komainu-kun, you might as well have scribbled your name in crayon and handed it over to me. Your seal has so many deficiencies, I'm surprised it didn't kill you. First of all, simply using it puts you in an internal struggle against your target. The only guaranteed way that you could ever use it was if you tried it on something with no will whatsoever, and even then you could still lose. Although it would be utterly hilarious to see someone lose a battle of wills to an end table. She laughed slightly at the thought before reassuming lecture mode. Second of all, it's so temporary that even if you won the initial struggle there isn't much you could do with the control you just fought for. And finally and most important, it's a mimic array. Did you know that? Instead of having the target's movements be an extension of your thoughts, you had it so that the only way they could do anything was if you did it first. That's so stupid. Naruto visibly deflated. Well, you don't have to put it like that. I've been basically teaching myself after Ero Sennin pounded the basics into my head. I thought I was doing rather well until now. Hamako sighed before walking up to Naruto and winking at him. Well, at least I know what I'm doing now. Upon seeing Naruto's questioning look, she elaborated. There's no way that I can in good conscience leave an Uzumaki to their own devices with such shoddy seal work. So until you actually become passable at Fuinjutsu, I will be your teacher, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto stared at her for a few seconds. You're going to train me? Hamako nodded. Yes, because basically, you're not very good at Fuinjutsu at all. If anyone told you that you were, they were either lying to make you feel better, or they never saw an Uzumaki from Uzu Shogakure at work. Naruto looked at his hands. Well, when you put it that way. Hamaki clasped her hands together. So it's my responsibility to teach you the right way of going about with your sealing techniques. I owe the Uzumaki clan a debt that I can't repay them now that, well, you know. So I'll have to pay it off through you. That makes me feel so special. Naruto said sarcastically as his eye twitched. But Hamako, I don't want you to do anything that you don't have to. Naruto could see the benefits of having Hamako with him. Yes, he had the scrolls from Uzu that pretty much would make him jump up in skill, but simply looking through the stuff that was listed the other day had him a little hesitant to try them out. Some of them were ridiculously absurd sounding. Other than the chakra draining seal that would have been a boon in battle, there was a seal that could store chakra. Store chakra. Store chakra and transfer it between people to recharge their reserves, like an adrenaline shot of chakra, and he didn't even want to know what could happen if he screwed that one up. Hamako frowned and walked closer to him. Uzumaki-sama, there is nowhere else for me to go, she said as her natural bangs from her white hair somewhat shadowed her amber eyes from his full view. What would I do? I'm completely out of place here. I know nothing of this current world I now find myself in, and you are the closest thing to my masters that have been so kind to me for my entire life since they found me and taught me everything I know. She bowed to him. I would be honored if I could go with you. Naruto looked at Sai, who didn't have any helpful facial expressions to help him out, or any facial expressions at all. Thus Naruto was forced to go with his gut on this one. That and Hamako seemed like a good girl, although the sooner he could break her of that Uzumaki-sama crap the better. Naruto picked her up by her shoulders to get her to stand again. Hamako, no bowing. I'm not noble, I'm just some guy with the last name Uzumaki. But I have a question, why were you stuck inside that vault? Sai came forward, finally speaking. I would like to know that as well, Hamako-san. Naruto-senpai and myself were very surprised to find you in there. Hamako took up a thoughtful look. I don't know. Sensei said that he was going to leave the future of our village up to me. I thought he was going to let me head up with him to fight, but then I ended up unconscious, and when I woke up I saw you too. Naruto shifted his new sword on his back and turned to head down the corridor. We can figure this stuff out later. We still need to get to the surface. Hamako, can you get us out of here? Hamako smiled and nodded. Yes, I remember my way through here like it was just yesterday. Naruto's sweat dropped. Technically for you, it was just yesterday. Hamako growled at him lowly as he backed off. Okay, bad attempt at situational humor. Let's just go. XXX. As the platform in the first tower rose back to the ground floor once more, Naruto and Sai felt deja vu, as this had been the place they had fought Hamako's statue Komainu. Naruto looked around and saw that the door was still sealed off. How are we going to get out of here, Hamako? Hamako walked towards the door and started writing a seal on the door before biting her finger and adding her blood. Fua Inkai. The walls all shimmered before the wall in front of the entrance dropped. She looked back at Naruto and Sai before sighing heavily. I guess it's time for me to see what's left of Uzu. She frowned as she looked around the destroyed tower. If this is any indicator, I'd better prepare for the worst, huh? Naruto and Sai walked behind her as she headed outside. She stopped and looked around at the battle-scarred village. She sighed deeply but did not shut her eyes or look away. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. You want to take a minute for yourself, Hamako? She shook her head. No. There's nothing more that can be done here. Uzu Shogakure was my home. Well, this isn't Uzu anymore. It's nothing but ruins now. Even if I stayed, what would I do? Live like a hermit on the grounds of a destroyed village. I'll go with you instead, Uzumaki-sama. My entire life has been to serve your clan. It's all I know, thus it is all I'm willing to do. Naruto looked at her strangely. She's kind of like Haku, only knowing how to really serve. Doesn't she have her own dreams and goals? The way she's talking, it's as if as long as there is an Uzumaki about, she can move along. No, Uzumaki-sama, Hamako. Sai walked out ahead of both of them. Let's go then. Naruto-senpai, I think it best if Hamako-san travels with you. I cannot take her with me into Konoha, and even if I could, I couldn't get her set up as a citizen. Naruto nodded. At the very least I'll see you out of Nami no Kuni. I need to re-up with my squad though. Kakashi's going to chew my butt out once I get back. This wasn't supposed to take this long to do. Sai shrugged. It could not be helped, senpai. If you tell him of your encounter with the Akatsuki, he should understand completely, but do remember to keep my involvement a secret. Naruto watched Hamako pick through some of the rubble nearby. Understood. Though how in Kami's name I'm going to explain Hamako to him and everyone else is beyond me. But I'm not leaving her here. No way in hell I'm doing that. I'll come up with something by the time we meet back up with the others, don't you worry. He called out to the white-haired girl, Hamako, are you ready to leave? Sai nodded as she came back over. I wasn't worried at all, senpai. If nothing else, you could actually tell the truth about where she came from. I don't think that would matter too much if you did. Hamako made it over to Naruto. I'm ready to leave, master. Naruto palmed his face. Master. Really? Hamako, come on. You're not my servant, you're not under my command. You're a girl that's my age. Aside from owning any person, owning you would be strange. Strange, and Ero Sennin and Kakashi Sensei would never let that fact die. Hamako shook her head vehemently. That is highly inappropriate, master. You won't let me call you Uzumaki-sama, and now you dislike being called master. Your clan are my retainers, how else am I to show you your proper respect, master? She finished with a smirk. Naruto grumbled and turned to Sai. Saikuhai, help me out here. Talk to this girl for me. Sai gave him one of his trademark smiles. She is apparently your property now, Naruto-senpai. That would make that your job. Naruto gave Sai a dry look. You sure don't treat me like a senpai, Sai. Aren't you supposed to listen to me? Kid, shut up and pay attention. Naruto's eyes snapped to attention as he began to look around for any sign of trouble. Sai caught on to Naruto's tension as he quickly followed suit and began looking around, back to back with Naruto. Naruto's fingers drifted up to his sword that he was grateful to have, as his last one had been pieced apart during his last confrontation. Can you tell me where they are coming from, Kyuubi? A growl came from within his mind. Whoever it is, they are doing a great job of keeping themselves concealed. All I know is what you know, that there is someone's presence around here. Be careful, you're not getting us killed in this wasteland. Naruto's eyes panned over to Hamako, who was looking around in confusion. Master, what's going on? Is there something wrong? Naruto's eyes widened. Couldn't she sense the intent rolling around the area? The way she handled seals, she had to have been a ninja, right? Hamako, what ranking were you? Hamako gave him an odd look. I wasn't a registered ninja, master. I had basic training like a lot of people did, but everything I did was focused on seal making. I was trained alongside the Fuwa in Jutsu Core. I don't really know any other ninja arts. Naruto would have sighed deeply in grief at that moment. If it was Deidara again, the only advantage they would have in the fact that Sai now had enough strength to fight all out, and the fact that the entire village was now their playground, would be negated by the fact that they now had to protect someone. Naruto quickly made a dozen Kichibunshin and sent them over to Hamako. Keep her safe, no matter what. I don't care what you have to do. He looked over his shoulder at Sai. Let's take this elsewhere. Sai nodded as the two disappeared in a leaf and ink-shrouded Shunshin. Hamako tried running out to find them, but were kept back by the Kichibunshin. I need to go with Sai-san and Master. Why are they leaving? The Kichibunshin in charge shook its head. I can't let you go after the boss Hamako. Things are about to get ugly out here. XXX. Appearing elsewhere in the village, Naruto drew the blade from his back with a loud ring of steel. If it's Deidara again, I promised Kyuubi I would cut his arms off. I really hope it's Deidara. Sai pulled out his scroll. How will we go about fighting him this time, senpai? Naruto grinned. That's going to be the easy part. We have tons of space. You can try to take it to him from the air if you like, while I have my own method of reaching him. Sai nodded. That will do for now, senpai. Upon both coming to an agreement on how this was to be handled, they were both caught in a fiery explosion. Deidara watched from a distance, laughing loudly. And there you go. What happened to that strategy of yours, boys? UN. He then blinked blankly. Oh. I wasn't supposed to kill the Jinchuriki, UN. Deidara was then bound by ink snakes that emerged from around him. As he struggled to escape, a sword was driven through his chest, freezing his face in an expression of pain and horror. Naruto smirked as he buried the sword through him up to the guard before the blade stuck fast as he tried pulling it out. Deidara quickly lost his color and turned to the color of clay. Naruto panicked and channeled wind chakra to his blade to pull it out and get distance as the clay figure of Deidara exploded. As Naruto landed from his evasive action, Sai came to his side. That was a nasty little surprise. It looks like he has a clone technique of his own as well. Naruto looked around. Where is he now? He isn't flying above us, so where could he be? Sai didn't speak, instead drawing on his scroll as snakes came off and burrowed underground. After a moment of waiting, Deidara came out of the ground a good distance away from the two boys, launching his clay explosives at the snakes. Naruto rushed in, trying to stay close with the long-range expert, but despite the speed that he came at his opponent with, Deidara saw him coming and dashed away, reaching into his pouch for more clay. As Naruto cursed at the speed that Deidara had, simply running backwards, he noticed that both of his hands spit out clay sculptures. Naruto shook his head as if he had been seeing things. I must have been underground too long. Naruto closed the distance enough that he was finally able to engage Deidara up close. Deidara avoided a thrust of the blonde teen's sword and maneuvered out of the way of a spinning slash. When Naruto spun for his attack, however, Deidara was fast enough to plant one of his explosives on Naruto's back. The little clay spider crawled on Naruto's back while Deidara jumped away from him and made his hand seal, Katsu. The explosion rocked Naruto and sent him to the ground. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as he could feel the damage he had just taken rip at his nerve endings. I'm so tired of you. His eyes flashed red as he started leaking Kyuubi's chakra. You've turned this entire trip into a massive headache. One tail of chakra formed behind him. Deidara had a small grin on his face. Fighting two of you, with one of you being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, not exactly my design of an ideal battle, UN. Naruto growled at him and rushed at him, gripping his sword double-handed. Don't you run from me. Deidara had another clay figurine that so happened to be a bird in his other hand and expanded its size before taking off on it, leaving Naruto to miss his swipe. Naruto growled in anger and leapt into the air to cut down Deidara's ride. The missing nin paled at seeing him leap at his bird and quickly formed another clay spider that he threw down at Naruto. The enraged Jinchuriki cut right through it, forcing it to explode on contact and pushing him back to the ground where he landed on his feet, smoking from the blast. He then noticed which way he was going. Sigh. He's going back towards Hamako. Cut him off. Sai nodded and immediately took off on one of his ink birds while Naruto kept up and pursued from the ground. XXX. Well, it looks like the Jinchuriki left me a way to get him to cooperate. Hamako jumped at the sound of the gruff voice suddenly calling out. The clones took a defensive perimeter around her, but most were cut down by an iron tail extending from a blind spot and running right through them. The initial attack left two of Naruto's Kichibunshin remaining, and they picked up Hamako before jumping away from the scene of the mass clone slaughter. "Clone-sama, who's attacking us?" Hamako asked, clutching at the Komainu necklace tightly. The clone she had spoken to stood in front of her while the other was behind, keeping a watchful eye out for any movement that could be perceived as hostile. "I don't know, Hamako, but if I had to guess it would probably be Deidara's partner, because that's who Boss and Saikuhai went off to fight. It seems this one isn't as much of a musclehead as most are prone to being." The voice said once more, "Or maybe his clones are just smarter than him, but if that were the case they would have just dispelled and saved themselves the pain of death that they are about to feel." The clones reached on their backs for their swords, "As if we'll just let you hurt Hamako like that?" Her eyes widened upon catching sight of markings that ran all along the blade in the clone's hands, but she couldn't bring herself to speak quickly enough. "I guess it's easier to just kill you than to try and talk to a clone that has standing orders." With that, Senbon came flying at the clones and Hamako, forcing her two protectors to burst into smoke, but as it cleared there was no sign of the girl. "I thought my clones said that I wasn't just going to let you hurt Hamako like that," came Naruto's voice from a short ways off. He was shrouded in the Kyuubi's chakra, holding Hamako close to him. Sai's bird landed behind Naruto, who placed her on its back alongside him. "Naruto-sama." Naruto gave her a small smile. "It's okay, Hamako." He looked at Sai. "Take her with you. She'll be safer than if she were down here with me. This fight is more along my alley anyway. You take Deidara, just remember to sever his arms from his body somehow for me." He gave him a questioning look. "Can you take Deidara all on your own?" "Absolutely." Sai looked at the figure who had appeared while they were talking. A hunched, grotesque-looking man wearing the Akatsuki robes. "But are you sure, senpai?" Naruto followed Sai's line of sight and narrowed his eyes upon seeing what his root comrade saw. "I'm absolutely sure. If you can, get her somewhere you know will be safe and keep her there while you deal with Deidara. I know you'll be way better equipped to fighting him this time, but she could still get hurt up there with you two going at it." Sai nodded. "Understood. Good luck, senpai." Sai then took off and left Naruto to his own devices amid the ruins of Uzu Shogakyo. Naruto faced down his opponent and drew his sword from his back. "Well, you must be Deidara's partner. It sucks for both of you, because you're obviously strong or else you wouldn't be here. And now you're going to die, a long way from home or away from anyone that would even care in the slightest." The gruff laughter from his would-be opponent raised the hackles on the back of Naruto's neck. Man using Kyuubi's chakra made him super aggressive. It was taking everything he had to not rush him blindly like he had with Deidara, which was the main reason he was happy that there was another person to fight. The man began to speak. "I would say the same thing to you, Uzumaki, except I can't. You technically are home. That, and I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to drag your subdued carcass to have your demon extracted, then you'll die." Ha ha. Morbid humor, how quaint. Naruto lowered himself. "Not that I actually care, since I'm going to kill you and everything, but as I said to your friend when we first met, I try to make it a habit to learn the names of the people after my baiju." Naruto's Akatsuki opponent sighed in reminiscence. "You know, I don't remember doing most of this. I actually didn't. This village was mostly eradicated by the time I had gotten here. there were just still many of Uzu's ninja out and about. A remarkable amount, come to think of it. It just goes to show how dedicated they were, but I can't believe I missed one, again. Tell me, how did you escape Deidara? Not that it matters at this point, but we fell into the whirlpool where there were hidden underground chambers. Naruto's grip on his blade tightened. Who the hell are you and what do you mean you missed one again? He laughed deeply. Underground chambers, of course. I wondered how those last defenders popped up like cockroaches last time. How ingenious to use the whirlpool, a certified death trap, to escape ruin. And I mean I missed one again because the girl is obviously an Uzu survivor. Where else would you have gotten her? Who the hell are you? I won't ask you again before I stop being so cordial and start cutting things off. Naruto yelled at the man. He laughed at Naruto's anger. From the way you're yelling at me and gripping your weapon so hard, I think you know already. Naruto bared his elonged canines at him. You're right, I do. I just want to hear it from you. Very well then. I am Akasuna no Sasori. Naruto smirked. That's who I thought you were. Before vanishing in a blur of red, now die. Naruto reappeared right in front of him, his sword drawn back to cleave him into two. XXX. With Sai and Hamako. I have to go back to Naruto-sama. Hamako tried to reason as she held onto Sai's ink bird tightly out of fear of falling off. I have something he needs to know. Sai kept his eyes peeled for any sign of Deidara. The man was a right bastard when it came to sneaking up on them and attacking from a distance. He didn't spare the girl a glance as he kept guiding his ink bird. The only reason Naruto-senpai would tell me to leave the area is if he was planning on drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. If that is the case, then allowing her to return to him would do more harm than good, for everyone. I cannot let you go back to Senpai Hamako-san. It would be best if you stayed with me for the time being. Hamako's eyes darted back to where she had been placed on the bird from, but he needs to know something important. I need to tell him how to use his sword. Sai peered back at her slightly. His sword. The one he picked up inside of the vault. Why didn't you tell him about it when he first took it? Hamako frowned. I didn't know he had taken it. I wasn't paying attention to Naruto-sama's weapons when you first found me, but when his clone drew the sword and I was able to see the markings on the blade, I realized what he had. How did he even get it anyway? Sai remembered the events that lead up to Naruto getting the blade. He pulled it from the wall. That triggered the entrance that led us to you. What is it anyway? Hamako sat up straight on the bird's back. It is the Sennenki no Ken, Millennium Sword. It's an heirloom of Uzu Shogakyo. And... Wait, what are you doing drawing? Sai looked back at her and gave her his forced smile. Don't worry about it. Now please, continue. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto's blade was blocked by an iron tail appendage stretching from Sasori's back within his robes. As Naruto struggled against the tail, it proceeded to stretch and maneuver over his head swiftly in an attempt to impale him. Naruto rolled aside and lashed out once again. The blade once more blocked his sword strike and pursued him in an effort to pierce him. You're a fast little bastard, aren't you? Sasori taunted as his tail retracted back within his robe. Naruto set his sword in a defensive stance, staring Sasori down. So much of him was covered by that damn robe he couldn't tell what other nasty surprises he might have under there. What did this man have that could have possibly taken down the bulk of an entire shinobi village all alone? He rushed at Sasori again, slashing at him from any side he could get a favorable angle at. Each time he was blocked by Sasori's iron tail. For a guy that didn't move his body at all, he had damn good reflexes with such an obscure appendage of his body. Was it even a part of his body in the first place? Damn that cloak. Naruto got upset at his lack of any progress whatsoever, even using his Kyuubi boosted speed. Block this. Raiten, Kakusen no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Live Wire Jutsu. After making his hand seals and placing his hands on the ground, a speedy stream of arcing lightning ripped across the ground at Sasori. Sasori finally found it prudent to move as he jumped away from Naruto's attack, lest he find himself with a few thousand volts of electricity running through him. Naruto smirked, I finally got him to move. He's got some pep in his step when I actually get him to jump out of the way of something. Naruto rushed in with his sword primed to strike at the oddly built enemy when Sasori gave him another surprise. Sasori blasted Senbon at him in a rapid spray from his mouth. Naruto thought about trying to use his sword to deflect them, but settled on that being a stupid idea the moment he realized he couldn't even count them all and rolled out of the way. What the hell? Did those things fly out of his mouth? Who does that? Naruto didn't have long to ponder this as Sasori threw his tail out at Naruto again, missing repeatedly in his attempts to finish the boy off. The foot of the young Jinchuriki caught itself in the rubble that they were fighting on. Naruto saw the metal tail fly at him and clasped his fists side by side before thrusting them out. Fuatan, Fuuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. The wind projectile barely held the blade off as Naruto frantically tried to lift his foot out and evade before he ended up being a human shish kebab. The wind-based attack eventually died off and the tail shot at Naruto as quick as ever, however he found it in him to evade by the skin of his teeth, although the leg of his pants did get cut when he got his foot free. Naruto now had the back of his shirt blown open by the explosive attack from Deidara and his pants leg shredded from the unstable surface of rubble that he and Sasori were fighting on. Naruto inspected himself. The wounds on his back had long since healed and the cuts and scratches he got pulling himself free were mere trifles. Sasori's tail swung menacingly around him. You must have an extra life to go with each tail of your Baiju. Naruto flipped him off and started running circles around Sasori, making him appear as a blur while a red trail left behind was the sign of his wake. Sasori sighed in annoyance as he tried to use his tail to stab, the annoying fly. All he hit was nothing, as simply penetrating the red haze that settled in Naruto's path while he continued running around him. You're really beginning to work my nerves, boy. Naruto's response was a reasonably sized chunk of debris flying from his shroud that he was running around Sasori at a high speed. Sasori's tail moved swiftly to intercept it. Soon thereafter even more debris flew at him at an even higher pace. The speed steadily increased, forcing Sasori to give his iron tail a good workout to block them. This pattern continued until Sasori tired of blocking chunks of building and stuck his tail directly into the circle, getting a series of rapid popping sounds for his trouble. The shroud disappeared, confusing Sasori as to Naruto's whereabouts. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Jutsu. Naruto emerged from the ground directly behind Sasori and slashed his body up repeatedly before landing a distance away and sheathing his sword, and that's how you do that. That was a good move, kid. Sasori's Akatsuki cloak was cut to ribbons, finally dropping off of his frame. That might have worked if I was normal. On his back was what appeared to be a demon mask with the iron tail extending from the mouth of it. Naruto palmed his forehead at the sight of this. What are you? You barely look human. Sasori laughed. That's because this is a puppet boy. My puppet armor, Haruko. Naruto's teeth made a loud clicking noise as he found himself undeterred by this news. Well then I guess I'll just have to smash your puppet armor to get to the soft, squishy puppeteer underneath, won't I? Sasori laughed again. You can try, boy. Sasori raised the right arm of his puppet, which looked like a torpedo, and fired it at Naruto, who easily dodged. However, this was only the beginning. The torpedo rotated and launched tons of wooded cylinders from within. Naruto didn't like the looks of them whatsoever and tried to get more space when the cylinders broke open, launching a large amount of needles in all directions. The boy crossed his arms in an X pattern frantically. Fuatan, Senpua Kakasui, Wind Release, Whirlwind Pyramid. Naruto's defensive wall kicked up, violently pushing the deadly needles away and shrouding the area in dust and debris. As the battlefield cleared, Naruto was nowhere in sight. XXX. Naruto had taken cover in a crater outside of the area that he and Sasori had been fighting. To get to Sasori he had to crack the puppet armor, but that damn tail. He couldn't cut it, and he had been trying to use his wind chakra through the blade the entire time. It was like it wasn't chakra conductive, which made no sense. It was in a vault, in a ninja village. How could it not be chakra conductive? A squeak alerted Naruto to some off-color looking mice down by his feet. Naruto looked at them curiously as they stopped in front of him. What the? The small mice turned into words that brought a smile to Naruto's face. Saikuhai, you beautiful bastard. And Hamako too. I definitely think she's earning her chan today. XXX. With Sai and Hamako. Hamako gave Sai a worried look. Are you sure that Naruto-sama will get your message about the sword? Yes. Sai stated, still looking for somewhere to put Hamako. Senpai will get the message, rest assured. Maybe back on the towers again. That would make her a target if Deidara ended up finding her, plus, she couldn't get herself down if she had to. Well, she probably could after seeing how she had basically sleepwalked through 3 of the previously impassable seals that kept him and Naruto from doing what they wanted. Do you think it will let him use it? Hamako smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm certain. If it wouldn't allow him to use it, then he would never have been able to pick it up. Hopefully he's good at finding things out on his own, because I don't know enough about the Sennenki no Ken to really give him an idea on what to do. Naruto-senpai is very surprising. Sai stated before narrowing his eyes in the distance. Here we go. Please hold on tightly and stay down, Hamako-san. It seems I won't be able to let you off after all. Deidara was watching with a smirk on his face as the scope over left eye was trained on Sai. I thought I would have to go and interfere with Sasori no Dana's battle to get one of you. It's a good thing you decide to come to me, UN. We're not all settled up yet, are we? Sai didn't answer as Hamako looked between him and Deidara. Sai, who is that? Sai pulled up his drawing scroll. That man is the main reason we found you, Hamako-san. Allow me to go over there and thank him for you. Sai attempted to strike first by drawing out bats from his scroll. Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Deidara laughed as his hands coughed up sculptures for his use. You have more fight in you this time, I have to say, but you're still coming at me with that same lame excuse for art. His birds left his hands and clashed with Sai's bats in midair as a few went around the clash, heading towards Sai and Hamako directly. How many times do you need to hear it? True art is an explosion. He made his half-tiger seal. Sai maneuvered the bird, amid Hamako's uncomfortable screams, through the midair explosions. I won't be nearly as easy to subdue as I was the first time, I assure you of that. Sai cut through a bird that got close and continued towards Deidara. now actually having the chakra to attempt fancy evasive maneuvers and to boost his ink beast's speed in mid-flight. You weren't that fast the first time, UN. Deidara stated before shrugging to himself and making more exploding birds for a long-range attack. He let them fly with a devious grin on his face. Sai narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he saw even more birds coming their way. Sumagajumi no jutsu, ink mist jutsu, ... Sai shrouded his bird and a decent area around it in ink as it sped towards Deidara. The clay sculptures went inside the shroud and exploded, trying to take Sai out without sight. The bird emerged from the mist still in flight and still generally coming at Deidara. Deidara smirked to himself as he watched Sai come closer. Now why would I send so many of my beautiful figures into there with little to no hope of hitting you? Because they weren't supposed to hit you, fool, they were just supposed to locate you, UN. Deidara made his hand seal again, Katsu. Little clay insects appeared all over the bodies of Sai, Hamako, and the clay bird, glowing and exploding on them before they could react. I have to keep the Jinchu Yuriki alive. There's no such restrictions about fighting you, UN. Deidara smirked before he realized that he wasn't seeing flaming corpses falling from the sky. Instead he saw melting ink bodies drop, no bodies whatsoever. Danger senses went off for Deidara as he jumped over Sai's low slash. He had hung off of the legs of the bird and taken his shot at the explosives artist. Deidara hung off of the other side as well and kicked at Sai, who swung himself up on the top of Deidara's bird to take a more advantageous position. He kept himself in a position to defend from whatever side Deidara would end up coming up from. What are you looking at, UN? Sai turned his head and saw Deidara sitting on another clay bird. This surprised Sai, as he had never even felt Deidara's weight leave the bird. He looked on the underside of the bird to see that it was holding a clay clone of Deidara in its talons. Sai looked up and saw Deidara's hands moving towards his hand seal, Katsu. Before he could finish the word, Sai jumped off of the bird. He free fell to the ground as the fiery explosion of the clay bird sounded out over him. The sound of a bird's cry let Sai know he was saved as he found himself scooped out of the air gently by his bird. The pale root ninja sighed to himself and patted the inky construct on its head. XXX. Hamako shook herself off as she stood up from where Sai's bird had dropped her for his gambit of an attack on Deidara. She watched Sai's bird save him from a screaming, flaming death and clutched her Kumo new necklace tightly. Sai-san and Naruto-sama are fighting so hard. And I can't help, again. I can never help, all I'm good for is making seals. Her eyes widened before a small smile came to her face, and what's wrong with that? Seals are the backbone of this village. And I'm the best. She reached into her pocket and frowned. Sai-san didn't have much ink to spare me, but it's better than nothing. I just have to make do with what I have here, it has to be enough. She looked up at Sai, still in mid-air combat with Deidara. I won't be useless here, Sai-san. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto stepped out of his crater of hiding with a serious look on his face, and his sword drawn. Sasori noticed him. I knew you would come out eventually. You look like the type that wouldn't retreat in the face of insurmountable odds. Naruto let a chuckle escape him. Insurmountable odds. Again with the S-ranked superiority complex. I swear, it's like none of you fools get it. Naruto's amused face slipped. I could have tried to run. Even if I didn't get away, I could have tried. I am your objective after all, right? But if I ran, I would be leaving Saikuhai and Hamako-chan alone to fight, and I won't do that. Sasori gave the boy a cursory glance. Nothing had changed to give him such confidence, so why was he acting so brazen? Using them as a means for your escape would have been better. If any of Uzu's ninja had tried that, then I might have spared one or two, but since they all had this need to rush to their deaths and fight me for their comrades, I helped them out with that. It seems that tray passed down to you. Naruto's face never changed. Saikuhai is my comrade. Due to the way he was brought up and trained, much like myself, he's something like a brother to me. Root may do anything to finish the mission, but we do not turn our backs on our comrades. He's fighting Deidara for me, for my safety, and I won't leave him to his death by running away from you. And Hamako-chan. I would never leave her either. I missed the opportunity to save someone like her before. I wasn't strong or smart enough to do so. But now I am, and I'll be damned if I'll let her be alone in this world just because one man is after my life. Naruto held up his sword in front of his face, blade facing directly up as it began to glow. Sennenki no Ken, I am your master whether you accept it or not. Now help me take this bastard down for your nation. The wind around Naruto began to kick up as a smirk came to his face. I don't know what this is supposed to look like. All Hamako-chan said was that I had to exert my will over the sword for me to use this. Oh well, let's try it. Sennin Hakkii, Ichiji Arawe, Millennium Release, Primary Materialization. The sword dematerialized and reformed as grey /silver metal gauntlets around Naruto's forearms and ankles. A wicked blade came from the sides of each of the outsides of Naruto's arms. On his legs, surrounding his sandals, there was also a blade along the outsides of his legs. The Kyuubi found itself amused by Naruto's new find. Do make sure that you don't end up ripping yourself apart while you use these blades, boy. As entertaining as that is, having your body be eradicated by a powered sword would be a massive slap to my face. Naruto stretched himself out and tested the feeling of his new weapon before grinning and looking up at Sasori. This really doesn't have a name. I guess I'll have to come up with one, won't I? I think I'll have to call them Sennin Kugake, Millennium Gauntlets. Sasori scoffed, so you got some pieces of metal and you think you can fight me, boy? Naruto shrugged, it's worth a try. Now let's see what these things have got. Hyakunin Zukakaru, Century Rush. Naruto circulated his Kyuubi chakra around him while pushing wind chakra into his blades and rushed at Sasori directly. In response, Sasori thrusted his iron tail at Naruto, who slashed at the man with his blade arms. Naruto moved his body into a rapid motion and took on the appearance of a red-edged buzzsaw. The two clashed and moved past one another. Naruto simply stood straight up and stared at his hands blankly after the attack. Sasori meanwhile, felt his puppet armor fall around him. Unusable due to the damage it had taken. As Naruto felt and heard the body of Haruko collapse, a grin came to his face. Sai vs. Deidara. Deidara watched Sai come ever closer atop his Inkbird construct. He's much faster and more reflexive this time. The last time it was like he was fighting in slow motion. Sai had been flying circles around Deidara for the longest time. Having expected to blast Sai out of the sky much like the first go-around, Deidara had pumped a lot of exploding clay into the attack on Sai's ink mist feint. He even had to sacrifice one of his birds and an entire clay clone in an effort to defeat the boy, but he was still hanging around. Sai on the other hand felt that he needed to invest in bringing more ink in case of emergencies. He had been using ink since he first found Naruto on Nami no Kuni. He never thought he would be fighting a member of Akatsuki, and he couldn't borrow any ink from Naruto due to Naruto losing all of his as well as his seal paper to the whirlpool. He was running out as well, but unlike Deidara, once he ran out of his long-range specialty, he still had a weapon on his back to use up close. At this point it was a matter of outlasting him and getting close again. From there Sai had to be able to finish. Getting sick of fighting in the air, as he felt that it left Sai with something of an advantage due to his lighter airborne creation, Deidara started directing the height of the fight lower and lower. A mid-air dogfight was looking less and less appealing when Sai pulled up right on his tail. Meanwhile, Sai was wondering how he should go about attacking Deidara from his current position. Ideally he would be able to draw something to shoot him down, but Deidara apparently had a propensity to counter his attacks in a rather explosive manner, and if he did it from this range, Sai would be caught in the explosion. Attacking with his blade in close was also not very appealing. Deidara was slippery and he could detonate the bird he was flying on at any time. They were too close to the ground and moving too fast for Sai to bail out and free fall to escape again. When Deidara looked back at Sai with a knowing smirk, it put him on high alert, and that feeling was well founded when Deidara proceeded to jump off of his bird's back before tucking and rolling along the ground. Sai's eyes widened as the bird came to a dead stop and began to glow. Crossing his arms in front of his face as some method of defense, Sai ended up being thrown off of his ride violently by the force of the explosion, taking nasty burn wounds across his arms and torso as well as the sheer impact damage of falling along the ground. Sai rolled onto his belly and crawled along the ground as the blood from a gash on his head soaked into his hittite and down his face. This really isn't good. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto looked back as Sasori emerged from the wreckage of Haruko, his puppet armor. He was still picking the pieces of the formidable tool off of himself and grumbling. Naruto was surprised at hearing a youthful voice doing the griping. This guy had to be way over 30. He looked down at the blades on his forearms and outside legs. It really sucks that this is the only way that I can channel elemental chakra to the blade, but I have to say, after that first attack I can't complain too much. Sai's message to him was taken verbatim from Hamako about his weapon. The sword was a special construct for whoever was the leader of the village at the time. The final ceremony towards finding a new leader was finding someone that could find their way to exert their will over the blade and bend it to their will. Throughout the existence of the sword, the Sennenki no Ken was never the same thing twice. Therefore the gauntlets were Naruto's own creation and the physical manifestation of his spirit. Hamako didn't know any techniques with the weapon since every listed user had their own attacks to fit their specialized release form, so Naruto was coming up with his own on the fly. The one thing he could say though, was that he found it far easier to sharpen his chakra and run it through the blades, as if they were just an extension of his body and his chakra was still flowing through him. Even using the Kyuubi's chakra with the Sennin Kugake felt easier. He felt no heightened bloodlust at all, and it was clear that the Kyuubi's chakra was circulating through the blades as well due to the fact that they had a red sheen to them. Oh well, he would get used to them on the fly, because right now he still had a fight to win. Sasori quickly freed himself from Haruko and looked at Naruto. The man looked like a teenager. He had red hair and a lazy expression. He also had the usual Akatsuki cloak that Naruto figured he would have to get used to seeing on everyone that came for his head after this. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. You sounded way older inside that stupid puppet. Sasori gave Naruto a cool glance, so I've been told. A puff of smoke surrounded him, so I guess that it's time for me to get serious. When it cleared there was a puppet with spiky, long, black hair in a black cloak. Allow me to introduce you to my favorite puppet. The Sundame Kazekage. Naruto raised an eyebrow, so you made a puppet in the image of the sun Dame Kazekage. Why? Sasori laughed. No, this is the sun Dame Kazekage. I defeated him in battle and claimed his body as my puppet. It took a moment for Naruto to really understand what he had just been told, and it hit him like a sack of bricks. So you killed a kid and turned him into a puppet. I know a puppeteer, those things he has are elaborate, and not made of people. You made a human being into a puppet. I'm not even going to ask you to go into detail about how you managed to do that. Sasori nodded. Good, because sitting here and explaining it to someone that won't be conscious for too much longer would be a waste of everyone's time. With that, he sent the Kazekage at Naruto. Let's do this then. Naruto rushed out at the puppet. I'll break this one too. Naruto went through the motions for his buzzsaw-esque attack that he had used to destroy Hyaruko, Hyakunin Zakakaru, Century Rush. A motion of Sasori's fingers opened the mouth of the Kazekage as an iron powder began to file out. It then took the form of a solid iron wall directly in front of them both. Naruto's attack hit the iron barrier and the two metal forces made a horrible grinding noise before bouncing off. Naruto adjusted to his dizziness and stared at the wall, growling at the barrier. Well, that's just fantastic. Naruto made a cross seal and formed a dozen Kichibunshin, make that doll playing freak pay. The clones rushed in while Naruto crouched and observed from a distance. They all went around or jumped over the iron wall to attack Sasori. His body twitched as the memories of how they were violently dispelled came to him. He simply stood still and crouched on all fours on the ground, priming himself for an opening to attack. The wall of iron collapsed back into powder before shooting at Naruto rapidly. Seitetsu Shiga, Iron Sand Drizzle. Fuck. Naruto generated his one-tail cloak of chakra and cut out in a hasty retreat away from the almost microscopic iron projectiles. He was shocked to see that they had such a wide range of spread. How the hell is that even happening? He cut back to avoid getting overtaken by the small iron pellets and rushed Sasori and his Kazekage puppet as he generated a Rasengan in his right hand and drew it back to attack. Looking closely at Sasori and the Sun Dame Kazekage puppet, Naruto saw that his clones were able to get close enough to force a short conflict, as the cloak of the Kazekage was somewhat shredded, revealing a shut chest compartment. As he bared closer to the puppet user and his prized tool, his senses of danger went off due to the fact that Sasori wasn't moving. He wasn't even making an effort to get the Kazekage in his way to run interference. Naruto aborted his attack just in time to see the mass amounts of iron particles stop in front of Sasori and his puppet. The chest compartment was wide open as a strange glow emitted from it. It had to be some kind of strange control thing for the sand, as it wasn't visible until it came close enough to almost hit Sasori. That needed to go if he was ever going to get any misdirection on Sasori. He had to put yet another thought aside for later as Sasori pressed his advantage. Senju Subyu, Thousand Hands Manipulation Military Art. A series of compartments opened up in the left hand of the Kazekage puppet with a series of summoning seals in them. From the seals came an obscene amount of puppet arms that expanded out at Naruto. They crashed directly in front of him as he dodged the move. Naruto prepared his body to cut right through them before he got another nasty surprise from Sasori. After detaching from the Kazekage, the arms shot poison gas that Naruto was caught off guard by. He quickly emerged from the cloud and went through with his plan to utterly eradicate the puppet arms with extreme prejudice, using his modified taijutsu to dice them up almost effortless, turning them into useless chunks of wood. His vision started to swim as he set himself back into a stance to battle with Sasori. He stopped and glared at Sasori, who took the time to speak to him. Do you feel it yet? The paralyzing effects of my poison. Naruto frowned, so that's what that was. Kyuubi, systems purge please. Naruto cringed at the feeling of Kyuubi running his chakra through his organs and nerves to clean his system before smirking at Sasori. Yep. Felt it. It's not really that bad. It's like a mixture of tons of stuff I've already had before. You deal with it once, you can deal with it all at once. Your poison is useless. For not showing it, this significantly caught Sasori off guard. He had somewhat been banking on his poison to subdue Naruto. It was meant to paralyze Naruto and slowly kill him over the length of 3 days. How else was he going to capture and transport Naruto all the way to a point where he could have his Baiju extracted without paralyzing him? He would wake up and break away. But now that his poison proved to be ineffective, he had to come up with a new way to keep Naruto down without killing him. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't have such restrictions, and immediately proved that to Sasori with his next move. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken and layered them with wind chakra before throwing it at Sasori. The puppeteer called forth another iron wall to block for him, but Naruto ran through a series of hand seals, Shuriken Kichibunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The sheer raw amount of shuriken made by the replication technique stuck into as well as went over the iron wall, where Naruto then made his next move, flying through more hand seals, Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The shuriken above Sasori's head began to rain down a torrent of electricity that forced him to flee alongside his puppet. A few jolts actually hit the Kazekage puppet and gave Sasori a significant shock himself as the electricity coursed through his body. The smell of the burnt hair and flesh from the Kazekage wafted through the air. Sasori's eyes narrowed as he saw that the attack had disrupted his puppet's magnetic apparatus. It was slowly losing its power and would soon be useless and deactivated. Naruto grinned at Sasori. You aren't going to beat me with a lucky scratch, Sasori. You need to actually finish me to claim victory. I wonder if you actually have anything capable of doing that. How did you even take this village down anyway? This village became too dependent on its Fuinjutsu. Sasori started. Everything that made this village unique and powerful was based on its sealing techniques. From the genjutsu seal they had at the perimeter of the forest surrounding it that would force people to wander about, to the defenses set up around major choke points in the village. After being able to negate that advantage and engage them personally, I found that they weren't as skilled as many believe they were. Naruto didn't accept that answer. There were still too many things to consider on that front. You're just one man, no matter how you cut it. To take on the bulk of an entire military force seems beyond you in a straight fight. I suppose I'll get the answer from you before I finish you off for good. Sasori simply smirked. Finish me off for good? Just try it. The red-haired puppeteer had the Kazekage make use of its still active magnetic part and launched 2 masses of iron sand at Naruto. As he made to dodge, Sasori simply spoke the name of his attack calmly and coolly, Seitetsu Kaya, Iron Sand World Order, ... XXX. Sai vs. Deidara. Sai eventually picked himself up off of the ground, his head swimming due to the concussive force of the blast and the impact of his hitting the ground. He idly wondered why Deidara hadn't arrived to finish him off. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth in this case, he pulled out his tipless tanto and began slowly stalking the ruins for a sign of Deidara. He fell off of his ride as well. Even if it was intentional, there was no way that he was at 100% himself after that. He limped along the area looking for Deidara. Why was that bastard so good at covering his tracks? He and Naruto never even saw him every time he attacked until it was too boom late. Sai found himself rocked by an explosion that came from under him when he placed a foot on the rubble that made up the bulk of Uzu Shogakure. Sai's sandal and pant leg on his right leg were destroyed. Stepping on a landmine, so that's what Deidara had been doing for so long. Looking at the burns on his leg, Sai was extremely grateful that Deidara's explosives didn't have any shrapnel in them. Walking was now a chore, and running. He didn't even want to think about how he would run for the time being. At this point, his best bet was holding out until he could get some assistance in the form of Naruto, but seeing as how Naruto had his own opponent, he needed to figure out his own way to win or at the very least survive. For the time being all he could do was take a rest and hide. He was next to worthless the way he was, and trying to move now would probably make things worse than they already were. Sai ran through his supplies and checked his stuff. He still had his tanto that he had placed onto his back once more, he had his scroll, he had enough ink to hopefully carry him through the rest of the fight, he still had a holster full of kunai and a pouch of shuriken, no explosive notes, much like Naruto, all of his were ruined when they went into the whirlpool. He also had gauze. That was what he needed right now, something to cover his wounds to keep them from getting infected while he was running around the battlefield. Wrapping his torso, his now exposed arms, and his wounded leg, he let himself settle for a moment. He pulled up his scroll and drew up some ink mice to search for Deidara in the meantime so he could at least perhaps get the drop on him once he felt well enough to move before a subtle clicking noise alerted him to his left. Turning his head, he saw a clay insect sculpture with its eyes glowing red. Sai immediately propelled himself out of his area of hiding before he found himself caught in another explosion. As he looked around he saw a dozen of the insect sculptures crawling his way. Suicide sentries sent out by Deidara, but where was the man himself? That was what Sai needed to know right now. In the meantime he drew out his shuriken and tried hitting the explosives before they could get any closer. As they connected with them, the blasts signified that he had finished them off. But now it was abundantly clear where he was and he could be picked off at any time by Deidara. This was made abundantly clear when Sai looked up and saw clay birds circling overhead. As they came careening down at him to finish him in a suicide dive bomb, he heard explosions come from behind him before a massive shadow covered him with its stone frame, covering him from damage as the blasts rocked his apparently mobile cover. That was close, Sai-san. Sai turned to see Hamako right next to him with a small smile on her face at being able to reach him to assist. Hamako-san, what are you doing? Senpai gave me orders to make sure you were out of harm's way. Hamako frowned as even more explosions sounded out around them. Well, that's not fair to you two, is it? Doing all of the fighting alone like that. And even more so to me, what am I supposed to do if you two are killed here? I don't know anything or anyone in this time, how am I supposed to get along? If that's the way things are going to go, I might as well fight too and risk myself as well. Sai winced somewhat as he was beginning to feel his injuries, the adrenaline from the hiding and searching finally wearing off. You aren't a shinobi, Hamako-san. You couldn't help either myself or Naruto-senpai in combat. Hamako gave him a deadpan look. Really? Because what do you think is shielding you right now? Your iron will to live. Sai's sweat dropped with an expressionless face, random misplaced and sturdy debris. Hamako kept her look as the explosions stopped. Komainu-kun, let's get Sai-san moving again. He's no good to us if he can't even dodge, we have to be the ones to move for him. The statue. Was what Sai was thinking, how is a statue going to move for me? I'd be better off moving on my own feet than relying on that massive thing to get me around safely. He didn't have time to dispute with her, however, as the stone cover that had been his saving grace just moments ago had picked up both him and Hamako and set them on adjacent shoulders before stomping along the battlefield. Sai looked at Hamako, who was smiling at being able to seemingly help. This is going to hurt me more than help me. I can't use chakra on this statue, remember? It absorbs any that come into contact with it. Hamako grinned and patted the side of Komeinu's head. Oh, that. I turned that off. Sai raised an eyebrow. You can do that. Hamako scoffed. How many times do I have to tell you and Naruto-sama? I was the one that animated Komeinu-kan. I can control his seal array. I just turned that part off so that you could fight from here. I can't do it myself, so you have to fight for me, Sai-san. Sai nodded and watched as Komeinu stomped over the battlefield like a minesweeper, triggering Deidara's hidden bombs and disposing of them safely from the two on his shoulders. Two black mice scuttled up Komeinu and stopped on Sai's legs before turning towards for him. Hamako-san, we need to head northwest towards the central towers. Deidara is somewhere in that area. Hamako nodded. You heard him, Komeinu. Take us to the citadel. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. This is total bullshit. Naruto yelled as he dodged ever-expanding branches of metal from running him through. Sasori's last jutsu, Seitetsu Kaya, had forced an ever-expanding forest of deadly iron branches that could keep branching off at any time, making it one massive pain for Naruto to dodge, as the increasing numbers of branches also meant more potential for him to be impaled by even more iron branches. Naruto couldn't even anticipate the attacks due to the sporadic habit of the attack to break off and expand randomly. It quickly trapped him deeply inside. His entire reason for keeping in one piece thus far was the fact that he had extreme reflexes and senses from the Kyuubi's chakra, in addition to the chakra cloak that the Kyuubi used as an early warning radar for danger, early warning as in a quarter of a second. Naruto now stood in the middle of a forest of iron spikes that stretched out over a massive amount of space. For some reason all of that evading took it out of him. And the blades on his arms and legs began to feel heavier and heavier, like such weapons should feel, as opposed to the light as air feeling that they had when he first activated them. Naruto began panting. Kyuubi, what's happening? You are not very attentive towards your reserves, are you? You couldn't feel the blades siphoning off your chakra? The demon in question asked in a disbelieving fashion. You didn't think that natural feeling of feeling your chakra flow through the gauntlets like another part of you was just a perk, did you? It was steadily siphoning off your chakra to power the transformation. No, I didn't feel it. I've never really run out of chakra before, not like this. The gauntlets fell off of Naruto and turned back into his ninjato before he fell to his knees, his hand on the handle of the weapon. This is not the time for this. Give me more chakra. Sai if you use my chakra as a glorified soldier pill, you're going to be the walking dead after this fight is over, you know that, right? Especially since you're using it as a replacement for your own instead of just as a bolster. Duh. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes, as if Kyuubi could see it. Do I have a choice right now? Just keep the juice coming until I finish off this clown and link back up with Saikuhai and Hamako-chan. You're going to be puking blood and pissing fire tonight, boy. I'll be sure to laugh at that when it occurs. Kyuubi began to increase the flow of chakra to Naruto to get him to move. Naruto sheathed the Sennenki no Ken on his back, not wanting to touch the blade for the time being after getting drained dry by it not a moment ago. Sasori, you missed your chance to finish me off, you tentative bastard. The Kazekage puppet began flying through the iron forest as Naruto felt his strength return to him. The left arm of the puppet was now a buzzsaw and the right had a blade extending from it. Naruto began springing through the branches, playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse with the puppet. With it trying to rip into him with its bladed weapons and Naruto trying to get a chance to destroy it and move along to Sasori himself. Naruto wasn't really worried about getting cut or stabbed, he was really trying to lure it in. He figured that since he could probably survive a stab wound from the puppet, especially now since he knew Sasori's poison couldn't beat him, once he destroyed this one, Sasori would have nothing left to fight him with. After all, Kankuro only had 2 puppets, so maybe it was a Suna puppeteer thing. Feeling more and more spry and loose as more of the Kyuubi's chakra circulated through his body, Naruto took advantage of his boost and lashed out at the puppet with his chakra shroud tail. Naruto wrapped around it and pulled it in with a Rasengan forming in his hand. The red of the Kyuubi's chakra bled into the Rasengan, giving it a warped color. He proceeded to slam the jutsu into the body of the puppet, ripping it asunder and scattering its body along the ground. Naruto walked up to the remains of the puppet and stomped on the head for good measure, crushing it under his foot. Whoops. Sorry, I'm so clumsy with other people's tools. I guess that's why Kankuro never let me mess with his puppets when I was staying in his family's place. Naruto saw a flash of red hair in the forest of twisted metal and immediately took off in pursuit. After a decent chase that eventually led them out of the iron jungle, Naruto closed the distance swiftly with his speed boosted and smirked as he bared down on Sasori. Too slow. Naruto shot out a claw of chakra that cut right through Sasori's arm as he passed him by. Standing away with a bloodthirsty grin on his face at finally getting the chance to pick apart the puppet user himself, he looked down at his hands to find that there was not a drop of blood on them. Looking back at Sasori, he saw that he had torn off a good portion of his cloak and saw Sasori's arm coming back to his body. Well, that was potentially barbaric. Like I said earlier, it's a good thing I'm not exactly normal. Now that he had a good look, he could see that Sasori's arm was segmented, like a puppet. Naruto sighed and pointed at him. Okay, I was willing to accept the fact that you turned a kid into a puppet, because after watching it fight it seemed like a damn good idea, despite the fact that it's a human being and the idea seems utterly ludicrous and morbid, but this. How the hell can you even do that? Is that even physically possible? The body of Sasori was that of a puppet. He pulled off the rest of his cloak and showed his inhuman body. There were clear segments and compartments on his chest, stomach, and back. Even his eyes didn't look human anymore, open and wide like a puppet. It's very possible seeing as how I did it. And there's nothing ludicrous about it. Why would I want my human body that has weakness, can feel pain, and would have eventually grown old and weak no matter what I would have done? I can have a body that I can upgrade at will never feel sickness, and is all around stronger than my human body could ever be. I have turned myself into the ultimate eternal art. The right compartment of his chest opened as Sasori pulled a scroll from his back. Now let me show you exactly what my superior body is capable of. Opening the scroll in a puff of smoke, many figures rose out, hovering above Sasori, aka Hijai, Hyaki no Suen, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. Over 100 puppets kept Naruto from Sasori as they all wore red cloaks and had their own weapons. You wanted to know what took down the majority of this village's forces. This was the technique that did most of the work. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt an influx of Kyuubi's chakra. His lips started to blacken as a second tail of chakra began forming behind him. As he spoke, his voice sounded gruffer and more serious. 1 against 100, I have to say Sasori, I'm disappointed. You do know what Jinchuriki like me are meant to be, don't you? Two bubbling tails of red chakras swished behind him, army killers. Always go with quality over quantity. Naruto launched himself at the force of puppets. Sasori's puppets came at Naruto to put this fight to rest once and for all, but as the boy drew close he vanished from immediate sight and began ripping through the puppets savagely with his bare hands. Blood flying through the air was a sign that Naruto was being cut by the weaponry wielded by the puppets, but the fact that he refrained from slowing down at the very least signified that these were shallow, and with him not being susceptible to Sasori's poison, this wasn't nearly good enough to beat him. All Sasori could do was maneuver the puppets around Naruto's path of destruction and cut him off from free range of movement. Eventually he was able to do just this, surrounding Naruto with a circle of puppets a dozen thick. Naruto had the top half of one of Sasori's puppets in his hand as he stared around himself, noting that he was surrounded with an amused smirk, and with his feral features this made it somewhat chilling, especially as his body was now clearly visible due to him having his shirt utterly torn asunder by the puppets with only the strap of his sheath being intact, his substantial amount of shallow wounds sizzling shut right in front of Sasori's eyes. So this was your big plan when you came after me? Mob me with puppets and hope your poison stops me. Let me show you something that just might get the point across to you. Naruto took the sword in the hand of the puppet he was holding and stabbed himself in the torso. Naruto pulled the blade out and watched his blood slide down the metal as it mixed with the poison that began running off of the weapon. He tossed them all aside as he looked at Sasori. That was the best attack that your puppets were going to get with those weapons, and it's not even going to make me stumble. You were the wrong person to come and fight me. Naruto fell on all fours and began to build up air in his lungs. Sasori sent the puppets in to stab him all at once. No matter who he was, there was no way that he could shake off that kind of damage. As they began to gather around him with their blades drawn to skewer him, Naruto let out a massive concussive roar that sent all of the remaining puppets flying away from him. All of those that were closest were broken apart by the raw power that Naruto's roar had pumped out at ground zero. The others were tossed aside haphazardly all over the place. Some flew off into the distance, others flew somewhere within the mass of iron sand and were shattered upon high-speed contact with the branches. Naruto picked the pieces of what was once his shirt off of his shoulders and chest as he faced down what was his last obstacle, Sasori himself. The puppet-bodied man showed no intimidation at facing down the demonically charged teen. I'm not done yet. Though I have to say, for a Chunin you happen to be a tougher rundown than previously perceived. Itakai said that you were able to survive against him the first time based off of pure misdirection and unconventional tactics. Naruto chuckled in his gravelly voice, his vocal cords manipulated by the chakra running through him. I've had almost an entire year to prepare since then. Itakai and Kai's aim actually matched up with me. You don't. Why you were sent to deal with me, I'll never know. And neither will you, since I'll just have to rip you apart just like I did with every other puppet you've thrown at me today. It won't be nearly as easy as you believe it will be. Sasori lifted his palms and revealed pipes that spewed intense flames from them at Naruto, who moved aside and started working angles to get at Sasori properly. As he approached from the back left, poles emerged from the back of Sasori's hips with 5 blades attached that began spinning rapidly. Naruto diverted his attack to avoid getting pured by the blades as Sasori took off at blinding speed to get some mobility going. Naruto smirked, so now he wanted to move. He had been fighting the entire battle as stationary as he could, and now he decides on dynamic movement once Naruto had it in him to see how many chunks he could tear Sasori into before he stopped functioning. He didn't know whether to be pissed off that Sasori could now move so quickly, or ecstatic that it wouldn't be that easy to pin him down and rip his head off. Banking on the Kyuubi's ever-growing presence in his person giving him these thoughts, Naruto began tearing across the ruined landscape in pursuit of his barely human foe. XXX. Sai and Hamako vs. Deidara. The rising, towering metal structure off in the distance earlier didn't ease Hamako's worries about how Naruto was doing in his fight, but seeing as how they weren't currently being engaged by the man Naruto had been fighting, they figured that he was still alive and kicking. Hamako had to admit, after seeing that, if she had remained with Naruto she would have been a liability. At least now he had a chance to only have to worry about himself. Besides, Sai seemed to require the aid after seeing how heavily he was bandaged, and knowing that he didn't look like that when he dropped her off, he must have been injured pretty badly to require that. They had themselves to worry about for the time being. As they neared closer and closer to the triumvirate of towers that Naruto and Sai had found so much misery in on their first day in Uzu, they noticed that there were no more mines. Since they were getting closer to Deidara's position, didn't that mean there should have been more of them, and yet Komainu hadn't run over any in quite a while. The pale boy looked over at the silver-haired girl, who didn't seem frightened at all about heading off to fight. Aren't you at least a little unnerved about fighting this person? He's been giving me and Naruto-senpai fits ever since he first showed up. She turned to Sai. Are you scared? Sai frowned. I don't have feelings like that. Hamako shook her head and started looking out at the path as they neared closer to the towers. I'm not scared. I'm not even supposed to exist in this time apparently. I should have died with everyone else, but I didn't, and now I'm here. Why would I be afraid of dying in a battle that I'm not even supposed to be alive to fight in the first place? As long as I can help you and Naruto-sama, then I'm okay with this. Sai's eyes narrowed as they now stood between two of the towers, with the other destroyed one on the other side of the clashing rivers that made the whirlpool that gave the village its name. He was around here somewhere. There was no reason for him to leave, he had the complete advantage here. Deidara watched from his cover of rubble from across the river. Sai and some white-haired girl were riding a statue, a giant walking statue. He couldn't have grinned any wider if Sai had painted a multicolored bullseye on his chest. He stuck out on that thing's shoulder like a sore thumb, and while he could see how it would have been useful when avoiding his sentries and landmines, now that he was here to actually take shots at Sai himself, it was naught but a hindrance. If that's how this is going to go, then I can finish him without going through the rest of my clay, or even moving. He rubbed his broken leg. Jumping from a speeding bird in flight was not one of his most capital ideas. However, the plus side, from the look of Sai, it certainly worked for him, as he didn't really look much better off whatsoever. His hands spit out a wad of clay that he manipulated into 3 bird sculptures that he sent flying out at Sai and his newfound ally's pet statue. Hamako saw the first one coming and pointed out at it. Komainu-kun. The statue swatted it out of the sky. In response, it exploded on the arm of the golem. It was so close that Hamako could feel the heat from the blast on her entire body. Sai saw that there were 2 more coming in from both sides of Komainu. Thinking fast, he moved over to the other shoulder and pulled Hamako off along with him just in time for the 2 birds to collide with its head, taking it out. Hamako gasped as she saw her favorite creation collapse, its head crumbling and falling off as it fell backwards. She turned to Sai anxiously. Where is he? those last two came from nowhere and Kumo is gone. It took me so long to make him. Sai kept her head down and kept her from looking back as they crawled along the ground. Hamako was the most mobile of the two of them, and that was not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. Hamako-san, what can you do to help us here? Hamako turned to him and pulled out a small stack of blank seal notes and the minuscule amount of ink that Sai had given her back in the catacombs. I may not be a shinobi, but if I can get close to him I can finish him myself. Sai was skeptical of her chances to actually defeat Deidara. You believe that you can win? Hamako grinned. Do not underestimate the power of Fua in Jutsu, Sai-san. The sound of whirring drifted through the air, confusing both Sai and Hamako. What on earth is that? Sai looked up, thinking that they had somehow been found, and saw a man with red hair flying through the air with the use of some strange appendage on his hips. He then saw a mass shrouded in red plow into the figure, sending it careening into the side of one of the towers, blasting a massive hole in the side of it. Due to the shape of the shroud surrounding the second one, Sai knew exactly who it was. Hamako-san, we need to get out of here. Hamako was confused. What was that? And why do we need to leave? Sai crawled along the ground again while covering her with his body. That was Naruto-senpai fighting his opponent. And we need to leave because being anywhere near senpai when he uses his special chakra is a horrible idea. Special chakra? Hamako asked innocently, now crawling on her own so that Sai didn't have to strain himself any further than he already had today. Naruto-sama has special chakra. What does it do? Sai didn't even turn back around to answer her. It destroys. XXX. Naruto vs. Sasori. Sasori wasn't fool enough to believe that he would just lose Naruto by simply taking off on a low flight dash away from the battlefield. Not likely. He was simply doing this so he could find an easier area to fight Naruto than in the wide open area that would grant the agile Jinchuriki the advantage, or better yet, Deidara, who he hadn't seen since they split off earlier, which was why he wasn't really surprised when he found himself body-checked into the side of a building by said Jinchuriki. Naruto followed Sasori to the ground, landing on him and proceeding to pound away on his face as he heard cracking noises start with every punch he landed. Naruto almost got incinerated, however, when Sasori tried to burn him off like a tick with one of the flamethrowers in his palm. Naruto quickly rolled off of him and out of the range of the flames that threatened to lick at his body. Taking this moment to attack, Sasori again used his propellers to speed at Naruto and catch him flat-footed, moving just fast enough to surprise Naruto with the weapon he had been storing in his stomach compartment. Sasori stabbed Naruto right through the belly with a long stinger-like cable that widened Naruto's eyes in pain and surprise. Sasori kept moving in to kill. Capturing Naruto was now no longer on his mind. This boy destroyed everything. All of his hard work, his favorite and most powerful puppets, the things that were supposed to last for all eternity, just like him. Looking down on Naruto's lifeless face was his only desire now. He idly wondered what a Jinchuriki puppet would be like. He couldn't wait to find out. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as blood flowed from his mouth and stomach. The pain of having the cable in him was amplified by the feeling of repeatedly having the wound heal around it before being yanked back open by Sasori moving towards him. Naruto planted both hands on the cable and pulled tightly before beginning to whip around and drag Sasori in a swinging circular motion. Sasori subconsciously forced himself to loosen up more cable and ended up getting swung into a pillar, utterly destroying it with the force that Naruto had thrown him into it with. Sasori's body lay broken on the ground as he tried to eject one of the makeshift puppets in a scroll on his back to shift bodies. Naruto had utterly destroyed his limbs, breaking them where they weren't already intentionally segmented. Even his torso, the hardest part of his puppet body, and his head were cracked from the impact. He could survive this. This was nothing at all. As long as only one all-important piece of him survived, it would all work out. His plan wasn't to be, however, as Naruto yanked hard on the cable, pulling him back in towards the enraged boy fast. Fear actually ended up eating at Sasori's heart as he saw that in one hand Naruto still held the bloody cable that was still sticking out of his chest, and in the other, a burning red Rasengan. Naruto drew his arm back, choking down the bile that was rising from his pesky wound and locking onto the body of Sasori. What the hell was that thing on the left side of his chest? Hopefully an off button, because Naruto was about to press it. You should never have come here. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto obliterated the body of Sasori, as the little cylinder sticking out that Naruto had targeted burst, showering the boy in blood, the only time in the entire battle that he had actually drawn blood from Sasori. The force behind the Rasengan carried out behind the point that he had hit Sasori at and destroyed the wall behind it. Naruto collapsed and sat down, wiping the blood from his face. Sighing to himself, he steeled his nerves as he pulled the long cable out of himself at great pains and tossed it aside as pieces of building began to fall around him. I should probably get myself out of here before I decide to pass out, huh? XXX. Sai and Hamako vs. Deidara. Deidara had to admit, seeing Sasori get drilled out of midair into the side of a building was not something he really expected to see happen, especially while he was fighting a kid, a Jinchuriki kid, but still a kid nonetheless. And the sounds from inside that followed were mighty impressive, and a telltale sign that Sasori wasn't really winning, since if Sasori had been winning he wouldn't be able to hear it from inside a building across a whirlpool. And that flash of red light that came from the holes inside didn't really scream victory for Sasori no Dana either, if he had to guess. Deidara chuckled as the noises of the battle died down and the only noise left was the sound of the whirlpool only 50 feet at the farthest away from him. He shook his head, knowing that Sasori most certainly didn't win that fight, not the way things had looked when he had seen them clash. He says all of that crap about art being long-lasting and then he goes and gets himself wasted 1 second later. A sound of growls surrounding him alerted him to his current predicament. Deidara found himself surrounded by lions constructed of ink as Sai limped towards him with his tanto drawn. You shouldn't have been paying so much attention to Naruto-senpai's battle while you were in the midst of your own, or did you forget about me? Deidara chuckled at the sight of Sai and his lions slowly moving towards his downed form. I guess I should rethink my views on you, shouldn't I, UN? He revealed one of his clay figures sitting on his shoulder, putting Sai on guard. You have art that can both be here for long periods of time, or be gone in a flash. However, I think that wishy-washy way of thinking is cheating and makes me sick. At least Sasori no Dana had the decency to choose one side of the fence while you balance in between. With that he picked up the figurine and placed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, much to Sai's surprise. Deidara smirked as his body began to rapidly expand. I'll turn your little pencil drawings into art for you, because true art is an explosion. Sai turned to run, but with his leg he had no way to escape no matter how big the blast was. Sai-san! Hamako shouted as she ran up to the bulging Deidara. Fua Injutsu, Chicken Bunkatsu, Sealing Technique, Time Splitter. Hamako slapped the seal on Deidara's head and ran back towards Sai. Fua in. She then leaned down and placed Sai over her shoulder as she began to run away with him leaning on her. Come on, we have to go now. Sai blinked at her as she moved as fast as she possibly could to get them away from the bulging Deidara. However, something seemed off. He was bulging far more slowly than he had been a moment ago. He looked at her as she determinedly assisted him. What did you do? Hamako looked back. That seal I just used slows things to 1/5 of their maximum speed. I don't know how potent it will be though, since I'm not used to using anyone else's ink for my seals. Sai looked back to see Deidara slowly approaching critical mass. So what are you saying? Hamako gave him a nervous smile. Due to a disconnection between me and the seal it might break. By break you mean? Sai fished nervously. Hamako looked back, utterly backfire and fail in about 5 seconds, and that's being very generous to my seal making. Sai said nothing and simply pulled the rest of the ink he lent Hamako from her as he started drawing on his scroll, Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai quickly summoned up an ink bird that swept him and Hamako up and flew off. The seal on Deidara's head slipped off as he returned to regular speed, artisan explosion. Before detonating himself and taking out a good chunk of riverside land. Hamako looked down at the explosion left by Deidara. Well, that's certainly an interesting way to go out, don't you think, Sai-san? Sai didn't look with her. He's not dead. The expression on Hamako's face showed skepticism towards believing that Deidara was still alive. He blew himself up. Now if there's any way that you yourself have personally seen anyone live through that, I think it would be common knowledge even to someone like me. Sai shook his head. This isn't the first time that he made a false figure of his explode. He probably switched himself out with it before we were able to reach him once he realized his partner was dead. Even if he could have defeated us, he wouldn't be able to beat Naruto-senpai afterwards, making his staying here any longer a null point. Hamako nodded before her eyes widened. Naruto-sama. What happened to him? Is he all right? Sai turned the bird around to head back towards Naruto's last known whereabouts. XXX. Deidara limped out of the vicinity of the village, using the trees for support. I guess I'll have to wait until next time, little pale drawing boy. He said to himself as he walked along. With Sasori no Dana gone, it seems that you're the only one I can test my own art against now. He looked down at the mouths on his hand. I wonder. Will it be my art of a single moment, or your ink constructs that trumps the other in the end? A smile slowly made its way onto his face. For some reason I can't wait to find out. XXX. Sai landed his bird in the midst of the tower that Naruto plowed Sasori into and let Hamako off while he stayed on it with his wounded leg. Hamako ran to the collapsed building and sifted through the rubble. How did the building even fall? Sai yelled back from his place on the bird. Deidara's blast must have been strong enough to take out what was left of the tower. Naruto-senpai probably did a number on it from the inside to weaken it as well. Hamako picked through significant pieces of fallen building. Naruto-sama. Are you all right? Say something if you're still alive. Ow. Naruto pushed a chunk of roof off of himself as Hamako ran over to check his injuries. Please tell me you killed that bastard Saikuhai. Sai's bird walked over with him on its back. Sorry to say I couldn't, senpai. He escaped after you killed your opponent. Sasori. Naruto said, I killed Akasuna no Sasori. That's who that was. Hamako stared at Naruto in disbelief. They had told her that he was the one who had destroyed her village, and here he just beat him immediately. Naruto wriggled his body free and stood up shakily. He walked past Hamako and set a hand on her shoulder before moving along to Sai. You look beat the hell up, Kuhai. Sai gave him his smile, as do you, senpai. I would venture to say that you probably got it worse than I did. Naruto scoffed, yeah, but I can walk. Sai shook his head, that's because you have the Kyuubi inside of you. Normal people like me actually have to deal with their injuries. If chunks of building fell on you and you can just pick the pieces off and walk up to me, that kind of tells me you aren't normal, doesn't it? He took a moment to think, how did the tower fall on you anyway? By the time Deidara's suicide clone exploded you should have been long gone. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, you see, I was kind of picking up a few things after I was done, and then the entire place comes down around me. Sai raised an eyebrow. What were you picking up that got your attention like that? Naruto opened his mouth to answer before he was glomped by Hamako. Naruto-sama. You're all right. Naruto buckled under her weight. Apparently his body was giving out sooner than he thought it would. Yeah, Hamako-chan, I'm fine, just let go of me please. Hamako pulled away from him. Hamako-chan master. Naruto grinned at her. Well, yeah. If you're coming with me, that means I'm going to have to be your first friend in your new life, won't I? He then gestured to Sai, and Saikuhai here will be your second. Sai simply stared at them both blankly, forcing Naruto to sweat drop. He's not got much to say. Naruto's knees buckled, forcing him to lean on the side of the inkbird. All right, Sai, I can't go back to Kiri or Konoha like this. There will be too many questions that I don't feel like answering, so just drop me somewhere nearby where I can heal, okay? I have a safe place in mind. XXX. Later that night. Knock knock knock. I'll get it, father. A door opened to reveal a beautiful, dark-haired woman in a pink shirt staring in a surprised fashion at her guests. Naruto-kun. Is that you? Naruto gave her his best grin while being supported by Hamako on her shoulder, body wrapped in bandages. Hi there, Tsunami-san. It's good to see you again. He rubbed the back of his neck. I hope it wouldn't be too much to ask of you for a place to stay for the night, would it? Tsunami gave him a smile. Of course not, Naruto-kun. You and your guest are welcome here always after what you did for this country. Hamako returned her smile. We saw the bridge. He almost fell out when we did. Naruto chuckled. Yeah. I didn't really see that one coming at all. Tsunami giggled. Yes, Kakashi-san said the same thing too when he arrived. Naruto blinked at her. Wait, you said when Kakashi arrived? He came back here before without our team. Tsunami shook her head. No, he's here right now with 2 other kids. As a matter of fact, he was the one that said that you would probably be showing up here in the next day or 2. With that, a familiar masked visage came into Naruto's clear view, with his ever-present eye smile in place. Oh, hey Naruto. Funny running into you here, huh? Kakashi began laughing humorlessly, which led to Naruto laughing uncomfortably, making the 2 females between them stare confusedly. Shithead is back. Where the hell is he? Naruto paled at the sound of that voice as Kakashi slid to his side. Oh, and just so you know, Teiya's been very upset since you left in Kirigakyo. Good luck with that. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Thanks so much. And that's the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.